Chapter 634. In the depths of the mango forest. 100 miles to the north of Greenwood City, there was a towering mountain thousands of feet high. The Duanmu family's mansion was located at the peak of the mountain, hidden by the clouds and mist. There were more than a dozen ancient and majestic palaces and rows of exquisite and elegant buildings on the mountain peak. The Greenwood Palace, facing the plaza at the peak of the mountain, was the Duanmu family's main palace and meeting hall. Every time Duanmu Huang discussed important matters with the elders and attendants, they would hold a meeting in the main hall of the Greenwood Palace. It was early in the morning and there were more than a dozen Duanmu family experts in the main hall. They were discussing an important matter. Sitting on the main throne in the main hall was a skinny middle-aged man with a goatee. He was the family head, Duanmu Huang. Duanmu Huang was silent, but his face was gloomy and there was a hint of anger between his brows. There were 12 experts standing on both sides of the main hall. They were the Duanmu family's elders and leaders. In addition, there was a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. He was kneeling in the middle of the main hall. This young man was Duanmu Feiyu. The atmosphere in the main hall was a bit stifling, just like the hazy sky outside. The elders and leaders were silent on the surface, but they were secretly discussing something with their spiritual senses. At this time, Duanmu Huang picked up a notice with over 1,000 words on it from the table in front of him. He waved his hand and threw it at Duanmu Feiyu. Swoosh! The light yellow paper landed in front of Duanmu Feiyu and spread out on the ground. The scarlet words on the paper were clear. Duanmu Huang frowned and slammed the table with a face full of anger. He shouted in a deep voice, "You bastard, look at the stupid things you've done." In one night, tens of thousands of notices appeared out of thin air in Central State City, covering the streets and alleys. Now, all the people in the city are talking about you, and all the powers are rejoicing in your misfortune. Who knows how many people are laughing at our Duanmu family? You unfilial son. Do you want to anger me to death? Duanmu Feiyu was scolded harshly, but he was full of grievances and tried his best to defend himself. Father, how can you believe in this kind of baseless rumor and slander? Our Duanmu clan is a big tree that attracts the wind, attracting the covetous eyes of countless opponents and enemies. Who would have thought that the opponent this time would be so despicable to actually use such a despicable method that only mortals would use? Before he could finish, Duanmu Huang shouted again, "Shut up! You bastard, don't you know what you've done wrong? Your elder brother was killed by Ji Tianxing, and his corpse hasn't even turned cold yet. You haven't even taken your revenge, yet you're indulging in debauchery outside. Where's your decency?" Duanmu Feiyu hurriedly explained, "Father, big brother was killed, and I hated that little bastard Ji Tianxing very much. I wished I could cut him into pieces. But didn't you hand this matter over to the elders to handle? I'm weak and can't help, so I can only focus on running the business. It's inevitable that I have to drink and discuss business with others." Duanmu Huang frowned and didn't want to delve into this matter. He asked again, "Then how do you explain the matter of you filling your own pockets and embezzling the clan's property?" Duanmu Feiyu of course refused to admit it and evaded all the blame. "Father, as the second young master of the Duanmu clan, how could I do something like embezzlement and embezzle the clan's property? These were all made up by those despicable people to deliberately slander me and tarnish the Duanmu clan's reputation. How can you believe?" Before Duanmu Feiyu could finish, a clear and dignified voice suddenly came from the entrance of the main hall. "Shut up." Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huang and his son, as well as the elders and managers, all turned to look at the entrance of the main hall. Two graceful silhouettes stepped through the door and walked into the hall. The first to enter the main hall was a woman wearing a long brocade dress with a jade hairpin and a golden crown. She looked like she was in her 30s. She had a beautiful face and a graceful temperament. She had a dignified aura that came from someone who had been in a high position for a long time. She was Duanmu Yulong's birth mother, Duanmu Huang's first wife. Behind the first wife was a tall and beautiful woman in a green robe with a fierce aura. She had the strength of Sky Origin Stage and was the first wife's personal maid, her confidant. The first wife walked into the main hall with a graceful posture. Her exquisitely made-up face was filled with sorrow and pain. She walked to the middle of the main hall and bowed to Duanmu Huang. She said in a sorrowful voice, "Master, Feiyu has gone too far this time. It's too disappointing." Yulong's body is not cold yet, but instead of avenging his brother, he clapped his hands and cheered. He's even happier than our enemies. As a disciple of the Duanmu clan, he didn't serve the clan loyally and even embezzled the clan's property. This is simply lawless. In the past, you were merciful and forgiving to him, so be it. But this time, no matter what, you can't tolerate him anymore. The first wife's face was as cold as ice. Her voice was cold and dignified. She had the aura of a master's wife. The elders and the people in charge all had different thoughts. After hearing the first wife's words, some people immediately nodded in agreement and asked Duanmu Huang to severely punish Duanmu Feiyu as a warning to others. Duanmu Huang suddenly had a headache. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Madam, I am discussing this matter with the elders. It's not convenient for you to participate. Quickly leave." Duanmu Feiyu was also filled with anger. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He wanted to strangle the first wife. However, in front of Duanmu Huang and the elders, he didn't dare to show any anger or hatred. He could only pray in his heart that his father would chase the first wife away so that she wouldn't stir up trouble here. However, how could the first wife be willing to leave? She looked at Duanmu Huang with disappointment and said in a sorrowful voice, "Master, are you really going to protect Duanmu Feiyu? It's just as the rumors say. After Yulong passed away, you will have to find another successor. I, as the master's wife, will become dispensable. Since that's the case, why don't you just give the order to demote me to a concubine and promote the second wife to the master's wife?" The first wife's tone was truly heartbroken and disappointed. She looked as if she had nothing left to live for. Duanmu Huang immediately frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Nonsense! This matter hasn't been investigated yet. I am discussing it with the elders. Why are you interfering?" He looked at the first wife's servant and ordered, "Qing Zhu, immediately take the first wife back to her room to rest." However, Qing Zhu was unmoved. The first wife took out a stack of account books and files from her sleeves and said with a cold smile, "Master, I already guessed that you would be kept in the dark by Duanmu Feiyu and believe that he is innocent. Therefore, I have already sent people to investigate the evidence of Duanmu Feiyu embezzling the family's properties. There were 6 books of accounts and files. Every single property that Duanmu Feiyu had embezzled over the past few years was recorded clearly in the books. Chapter 635. When First Madam's voice fell, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at First Madam with complicated expressions. Duanmu Huang's brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at the account books and files on the table. He didn't reach out to take them. He understood First Madam's personality and methods very well. Since she had boldly barged into the hall and dared to take out the evidence in front of everyone, she must have absolute confidence. He didn't need to look at the account books and files to know that there must be irrefutable evidence. It was obvious that First Madam had seized this opportunity and wouldn't give Duanmu Feiyu a chance to turn the tables. The elders and leaders on both sides of the hall were exchanging glances and secretly communicating with each other through voice transmission. Some of them acted as if this matter didn't concern them and looked on coldly, while others rejoiced in Duanmu Feiyu's misfortune and waited for him to be punished. The leaders who supported Duanmu Feiyu had dark looks in their eyes and didn't dare to plead for leniency or dissuade First Madam. Duanmu Feiyu's face was deathly pale as he glared angrily at First Madam's back. His eyes were burning with rage. First Madam had criticized him in the past, but she had only reprimanded him verbally and hadn't really done anything to him. He had never imagined that First Madam would be serious this time and investigate his crimes so quickly. She wanted to kill him in one move. At this moment, Duanmu Feiyu finally realized what kind of scheming, power, and methods First Madam, as the matriarch of the clan. 10 breaths of time passed, but the hall was still silent. Duanmu Huang had no choice but to express his stance. He picked up the account books and files on the table and flipped through a few pages symbolically. The contents of the records were each more shocking than the last. His expression grew darker and darker until it was as cold as ice. Bang! Duanmu Huang slammed the account books and files on the table and looked angrily at Duanmu Feiyu. He cursed in a low voice, "You unfilial son! You're so disappointing." His heart was filled with rage, but more than that, he was exasperated at the fact that he had failed to live up to his expectations. He hated Duanmu Feiyu for being unambitious, greedy for pleasure, and committing crimes. Moreover, he was unbearably stupid without scheming or shrewdness. He didn't even know that he had been schemed against. Duanmu Feiyu didn't dare to quibble anymore. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Father, I know I was wrong. When I was young and frivolous, I did indeed do many wrong things. However, please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf." "I will definitely turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf." Before he could finish, Duanmu Huang interrupted him and ordered in a deep voice with an expressionless face, "Duanmu Feiyu, I can ignore all the crimes you commit outside, including murder and arson. But as my son, you've stuffed your own pockets and embezzled the family's assets and resources. This is an unforgivable crime. I will definitely not protect you. Today, I will punish you according to the family rules. From today onwards, I will take back all the power you have in your hands and remove you from your position. I punish you with 90 lashes and send you to the reflection cliff at the back of the mountain to reflect on your mistakes for a year. In addition, you are not allowed to interfere with the family's businesses for 5 years." After announcing the punishment, Duanmu Huang stared at Duanmu Feiyu and shouted with a dignified expression, "Later, you will go to the punishment hall to receive your punishment. If you dare to complain, the number of lashes will be doubled." Duanmu Huang's punishment for Duanmu Feiyu could not be considered heavy, but neither could it be considered light. 90 lashes, 1 year of reflection, 5 years of not being allowed to interfere with the family's businesses. These were all insignificant punishments. The real punishment that caused Duanmu Feiyu to fall from the clouds to the abyss and lose his power and status was the removal of his position and power. In the past, he was the second young master of the Duanmu family and controlled the businesses of more than 20 cities. He had great wealth and power in his hands and many powerful people under his command. But from today onwards, he could only be an idle young master and obediently stay at home to cultivate. He would never be able to stir up trouble again. After everyone heard Duanmu Huang's punishment, they all revealed complicated expressions. First, Madam had achieved her goal, so of course she was satisfied. She bowed to Duanmu Huang and said, "Master is indeed fair and just. Such a decision is enough to convince everyone." After she finished speaking, she bowed to Duanmu Huang and left the main hall with Qingzhu. Some of the elders and leaders rejoiced in Duanmu Feiyu's misfortune, while others secretly sighed. However, no one dared to oppose Duanmu Huang's decision, and no one pleaded for Duanmu Feiyu. Duanmu Feiyu knelt in the main hall with a pale face. His heart was filled with anger and despair, and his whole body trembled. But what was done could not be undone. He could only suppress his anger and silently stand up. He bowed to Duanmu Huang and left the main hall. 2 hours later, Duanmu Feiyu staggered out of the torture chamber. He was supported by 2 attendants and struggled to walk back to his residence. Just now, he had suffered 90 lashes in the torture chamber. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The torture chamber used the wind, fire and thunder whip, a heavenly origin level magic weapon. Every lash of the whip contained the violent and fierce power of wind and thunder. It was like the cutting of a sword, causing people to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Even though Duanmu Feiyu was at the heavenly origin level, after 90 lashes, his skin and flesh were lacerated and he was dripping with blood. The pain that seeped into his bone marrow still made him shudder when he thought about it. He limped along the bluestone path. His face was as white as paper and his mind was very weak. He looked very miserable. On the way back to his residence, he was cursing fiercely in his heart. "First, Madam, that damned thing. She is too vicious. I didn't expect her to be so vicious. If she hadn't hit me while I was down, how could I have ended up like this? And that bastard who put up notices all over the city to secretly plot against me. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, I will cut you into 8 pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Duanmu Feiyu did not blame Duanmu Huang for making such a decision. He knew that his father, Duanmu Huang, was already doing his best to protect him. This punishment was not excessive. He only hated First Madam for taking the opportunity to make things difficult for him. He hated the person who was plotting against him even more. After a while, Duanmu Feiyu returned to his residence. The maids had already spread out the brocade bedding on the bed and supported him to lie down on the bed to rest. His entire back was badly mutilated. For the next few days, he could only lie down on the bed to recuperate. A middle-aged pharmacist hurried over and hurriedly treated his wounds. He used all kinds of elixirs to help him treat his injuries. After the pharmacist treated his injuries, the pain from his back lessened by a lot. At this time, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man quickly walked into the room. He arrived in front of Duanmu Feiyu and cupped his hands to reporting to second young master. This subordinate has already found some clues. The person who secretly plotted against you and put up notices all over the city was most likely ordered by the young miss of the superior courtyard. Suddenly hearing this news, Duanmu Feiyu was stunned. Chapter 636. What? She was the one who did it? Duanmu Feiyu clearly didn't expect that the main culprit who caused him to be in such a state was actually Su. Although this news was rather shocking, he felt that it was inconceivable. However, the middle-aged man was his trusted aide named Nie Kuang. He definitely wouldn't lie about this. A moment later, Duanmu Feiyu came back to his senses. His brows knitted together as he asked with a gloomy expression, "That slut Su Wu was imprisoned in the Excellence Courtyard by me. How could she have ordered others to harm me?" Nie Kuang shook his head and said in a gloomy voice, "Second young master, the commander guarding the Excellence Courtyard just reported that young Miss Su has already disappeared." "What did you say?" Duanmu Feiyu opened his eyes wide again and cursed angrily. "What are those good-for-nothings doing? How could they let Su escape from the Excellence Courtyard? Since that slut Su has already disappeared, why did they only report this now?" Nie Kuang lowered his head and said in a gloomy voice, "Second young master, they followed your orders and didn't dare to approach young Miss Su's loft without permission. Moreover, you went to the Excellence Courtyard the day before yesterday and didn't go there yesterday. The guards guarding the Excellence Courtyard only discovered young Miss Su's disappearance today." Duanmu Feiyu gnashed his teeth in anger. His eyes surged with a cold light as he shouted angrily, "This group of useless good-for-nothings, I will skin them alive. And that slut Su, if she really plotted against me, I will definitely make her wish she was dead. Let's go, follow me to the Excellence Courtyard." While cursing, Duanmu Feiyu got off the bed and walked out with a murderous aura. Filled with anger, he actually ignored the pain from his injuries and immediately rushed to the Excellence Courtyard. Nie Kuang hurriedly followed behind him and quickly walked out of the room. Not long after, the two of them left Signwood City on their flying spiritual birds. In the evening, Duanmu Feiyu and Nie Kuang arrived at Central Continent City and returned to the Excellence Courtyard. When Duanmu Feiyu crossed the gate and entered the courtyard, the guards and experts guarding the Excellence Courtyard all hurriedly came to greet him. Seeing those guards, he immediately became furious and cursed, "You bunch of idiots, get out of my way." The guards were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Duanmu Feiyu ignored them for now and brought Nie Kuang to Su's loft. However, the loft was already empty. Duanmu Feiyu searched both upstairs and downstairs, but there was no sign of Su. Reality proved that Su had indeed escaped from the superior courtyard long ago. Unfortunately, the guards didn't notice any abnormalities, and the superior courtyard's defensive array was also intact. Duanmu Feiyu returned to the courtyard and looked at the guards with eyes as cold as ice, containing a biting cold murderous intent. "You pieces of trash, what's the point of this young master raising you? If it weren't for your stupidity, would I have been harmed like this?" Duanmu Feiyu cursed a few times with a venomous tone, then ordered Nie Kuang behind him, "This young master doesn't want to see these damned pieces of trash again. Kill them." Following his words, Nie Kuang's entire body burst forth with cold, murderous intent, and he expressionlessly pounced on the guards. Those guards were immediately scared out of their wits. Some wept bitterly and begged for mercy, some fled in horror, and some resisted in despair. However, these guards were only at the origin core stage. How could they block Nie Kuang, who was at the 4th level of Sky Origin stage? Following a series of muffled bangs and screams, several corpses immediately appeared in the courtyard. Several pools of blood and severed limbs were scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with the thick stench of blood. The remaining guards who fled in panic didn't manage to escape from the superior courtyard. After all, the entire courtyard was enveloped by the Sky Origin Great Formation. They simply couldn't escape. The commotion and aftermath of the battle in the courtyard also wouldn't spread. Not long after, Nie Kuang killed all the guards and returned to Duanmu Feiyu's side, his body covered in blood. Second young master, everything has been taken care of. Nie Kuang cupped his hands in salute and reported in a low and cold voice. Duanmu Feiyu didn't pay attention to him. His eyes were gloomy as he looked outside the gate, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. He muttered to himself, that bitch, so what if she escaped from the superior courtyard? Did she really think she could escape from this young master's palm? After he finished speaking, he waved his hands and used a secret technique to sense the aura and location of the Golden Moon magical bracelet. After about half an hour, Duanmu Feiyu found the result of his probing and immediately revealed a trace of murderous intent. Humph! You actually escaped from Continent Center City? Since you've already chosen a place to bury your bones, this young master will send you to your death. After he finished speaking, Duanmu Feiyu left the superior courtyard with Nie Kuang and rushed as fast as lightning to the southern city gate. After an hour, the two of them passed through the city gate and left Continent Center City, continuing to fly towards the mountain range in the south. Duanmu Feiyu had just discovered that the aura of the Golden Moon magical bracelet was in a mountain range in the southern suburbs of Continent Center City. The two of them flew for 50 li in the mountain range and arrived at the peak of 1,000 zhang tall mountain. Duanmu Feiyu stood in the sky, looking down at the majestic mountain below, and coldly shouted, "It's here!" He landed on the mountain peak with Nie Kuang, and once again used a secret technique to search for traces of the Golden Moon magical bracelet. After 100 breaths of time, Duanmu Feiyu sensed the exact location of the Golden Moon magical bracelet. It was about 2 li in front of him. He hurriedly rushed over with Nie Kuang. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them passed through the forest as fast as lightning, and after flying for 2 li, they arrived at the cliff of the mountain peak. As soon as Duanmu Feiyu flew out of the dense forest, he saw a wide grassland in front of him, and at the end of the grassland was a cliff. At the edge of the cliff, where clouds and mist rolled, stood a tall and straight young man, quietly gazing at the sea of clouds. Duanmu Feiyu was immediately stunned. He frowned as he looked at the back of the young man, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He clearly sensed that the aura of the Golden Moon magical bracelet was coming from that white-robed young man. However, he didn't recognize that white-robed young man, and he also didn't understand why the Golden Moon magical bracelet wasn't with Su. At this moment, the white-robed young man turned around, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. He said in a mocking tone, "Duanmu Feiyu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Duanmu Feiyu's expression immediately changed, and his eyes flashed with intense vigilance and wariness. "Who are you? Why have you been waiting for this young master?" The cold smile on the white-robed young man's face became even more playful. A golden light flashed in his palm, and a dark golden bracelet appeared. It was none other than the Golden Moon magical bracelet. "Since you still can't guess who I am, then I'll tell you. I am Ji Tianxing." Duanmu Feiyu's expression changed again, and a thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "You're Ji Tianxing? The Golden Moon magical bracelet is actually in your hands. Was it you who saved that bitch Suge?" Chapter 637. Duanmu Feiyu wasn't an idiot. When he heard the words Ji Tianxing and saw the Golden Moon magical bracelet in Ji Tianxing's hand, He understood everything. Previously, he was still very doubtful. With Su Er's strength, it was impossible for her to escape from the superior courtyard. She also didn't have the guts to plot against him. Now, he finally understood that Ji Tianxing was the main culprit. Ji Tianxing admitted it very straightforwardly. He sneered and said, "Hee hee, looks like you're not too stupid." Duanmu Feiyu frowned as he looked at him. His eyes were cold and filled with dense killing intent. "Humph, you little bastard. You're really despicable and shameless. You actually used that slut Su Er to plot against me." Ji Tianxing didn't get angry at all. He said with a mocking sneer, "What's a little trick to deal with a bastard like you who doesn't shrink from any crime? Moreover, killing a bastard like you is also helping the people and helping Tianxing get rid of a scourge." Duanmu Feiyu immediately grinned and sneered with disdain. Ji Tianxing, you want to kill me? You're really a toad yawning. What big words. I was just about to send people to deal with you and avenge my big brother. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. You don't know the difference between life and death. If I don't tear you to shreds today, how can I live up to your arrogance?" Hearing Duanmu Feiyu's words, Ji Tianxing didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said with disdain, "Duanmu Feiyu, the arrogant and ignorant one is you. Even your big brother Duanmu Yulong died under my sword. With your strength, you dare to say that you want to take my life? Are you worthy?" As he spoke, Ji Tianxing's body emitted a strong self-confidence and domineering aura. Duanmu Feiyu's face immediately stiffened and his heart thumped. If he was in the Duanmu clan or in the central continent city, he could mobilize dozens of Sky Origin stage cultivators with a single word and easily kill Ji Tianxing. However, he wasn't in the central continent city right now. There was only Sky Origin stage 4th layer Niequang by his side. If they really fought, the situation wouldn't be good. Thinking about this, Duanmu Feiyu's expression became serious and a trace of regret appeared in his heart. Damn it. I was so angered by that slut Su Er that I lost my head and actually came out of the city so recklessly. Ji Tianxing, that little bastard, not only did he not hide after killing my big brother, he even dared to take the initiative to plot against me. He wants to kill me. What should I do? Duanmu Feiyu was thinking about how to escape, but he didn't look scared. He shouted with a murderous look, "Ji Tianxing, no matter how powerful you are only at the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Do you think you can defeat the two of us? Stop dreaming. Prepare to die." While shouting angrily, Duanmu Feiyu took out a dark cyan treasured saber. He unleashed all of his power and slashed at Ji Tianxing. Sky-sweeping waves. The Sky Origin stage dark green treasured saber emitted a dazzling blue light. It condensed into 4 huge saber lights that were 30 meters long and slashed at Ji Tianxing's head. In an instant, the grass within 100 meters was covered by the blue light. The air was filled with bone-chilling coldness. While Duanmu Feiyu was attacking, Niequang had already held his 2 mountain-splitting axes. He roared with a murderous aura and used his ultimate killing move. He used all his strength. His body expanded to twice its original size. His whole body was emitting a violent murderous aura. Moon-shattering slash. Niequang waved his black mountain-splitting axes and fiercely slashed out 6 fierce golden axe shadows. Suddenly, Ji Tianxing's figure was covered by the saber lights and axe shadows. He was like a small boat in a huge wave that could capsize at any time. Although Niequang and Duanmu Feiyu were not as strong as the princes of the imperial residence, they still had the power to split mountains and rivers. They could not be underestimated. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing was shrouded by the saber lights and axe shadows. But he did not panic. He condensed a shield of true ether to protect himself. Then he used his ultimate skill. Golden Slash. A huge golden sword light that was 80 meters long appeared. It carried a terrifying power that could split heaven and earth. It slashed at the saber lights and axe shadows in the sky. Bang! 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 The sword light and the axe shadows collided. There was a deafening sound that resounded in the sky and spread for dozens of miles. Suddenly, the saber lights and axe shadows exploded and turned into thousands of pieces that scattered in all directions. A golden and blue shockwave rippled outwards, engulfing the entire mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, the dense forest on the mountain peak was crushed into powder by the shock waves. A huge crater with a radius of 100 meters appeared on the ground. The huge golden sword light was still intact. It carried an incomparably violent power and slashed at Nie Kuang. Bang! Nie Kuang was sent flying by the sword light. The mountain-splitting axes in his hands also flew out. He was still tumbling in the air when he opened his mouth and spat out blood and screamed in pain. His true ether shield was shattered by the sword light. A huge, long and narrow wound appeared on his chest, revealing the white bones inside. Dark red blood gushed out like a tide and sprinkled down from the sky. Duanmu Feiyu had long expected that he and Nie Kuang were no match for Ji Tianxing. They were bound to lose this battle. Therefore, when he was sent flying and saw Nie Kuang heavily injured, he turned and ran without hesitation. Ji Tianxing, you bastard, just you wait. As long as I escape back to Central State City, I will mobilize all the Heaven Origin Stage experts to kill you. I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Duanmu Feiyu cursed bitterly. He flapped his true ether wings with all his might and flew across the sky like a stream of light, escaping towards Central State City. On the devastated mountain peak, Ji Tianxing was still fighting with Nie Kuang. After Nie Kuang fell to the ground with heavy injuries, he had just climbed up from the ruins when he saw Ji Tianxing use another ultimate skill, releasing flames that covered the sky and earth. Scorching sun fire. Following Ji Tianxing's angry roar, the scarlet flames that covered the sky suddenly condensed into a fireball the size of a palace. The fireball was condensed and floated high in the sky, emitting an incomparably terrifying heat. It was really like a scorching sun. Swoosh! The giant fireball fell from the sky, carrying with it a world-destroying might as it smashed towards Nie Kuang. In that instant, Nie Kuang's eyes widened in shock and fear, his heart filled with despair. The giant fireball had locked onto his aura. No matter where he ran, it would definitely catch up to him. Moreover, he had no chance to escape or dodge. In this moment of life and death, Nie Kuang erupted with a strong will to live and desperately urged his true ether to form a shield. Bang! In the next moment, a huge fireball that was as hot as the sun came crashing down and smashed into him, smashing him into the ruins. An earth-shaking explosion spread out for dozens of miles, fiercely reverberating through the mountains. The entire 10,000-foot-tall mountain peak was blasted apart, collapsing with a loud bang and sending dust into the air. Chapter 638. Nie Kuang was only Duanmu Feiyu's trusted guard, an ordinary cultivator of the 4th level of Sky Origin Stage. Even Duanmu Yulong couldn't block Ji Tianxing's attack. How could he survive? When the blazing sun flame shattered the entire mountain, Nie Kuang was also blasted into pieces and burned to ashes. He only managed to withstand 2 moves from Ji Tianxing before he was completely killed. The loud explosion was still echoing. Dust was still flying in the air. The raging fire covered an area of 10 miles and dyed half of the sky red. By this time, Ji Tianxing had left the fire and the ruins. He flapped his golden wings and flew across the sky like a shooting star, chasing after Duanmu Feiyu. Duanmu Feiyu had just flown 10 miles away and was feeling lucky. Luckily, I was prepared. I retreated in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Ji Tianxing. Nie Kuang being killed is nothing. I just hope he can stall Ji Tianxing for a while and buy some time for me. As this thought flashed through his mind, a dazzling golden light suddenly flew over his head. Swoosh! That golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 1,000 meters away from him and stopped in the sky. A tall and straight figure in a white robe appeared. Duanmu Feiyu's face froze and his heart sank to the bottom. Ji Tianxing, that little bastard. How can he be so fast? Where's that trash Nie Kuang? Was he killed by Ji Tianxing? Duanmu Feiyu was terrified. He had no choice but to stop and stare at Ji Tianxing with an ugly face. Ji Tianxing stood in the sky 200 meters away from him. He sneered and said, Duanmu Feiyu, since I have lured you out, I will not let you go back. Don't dream of going back to the city to get reinforcements. Just accept your death obediently. Duanmu Feiyu's brows were tightly knitted. There was some fear in his heart as he shouted, Ji Tianxing. Although you killed my big brother, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Ji Tianxing curled his lips and said with a cold smile, No enmity between us? I already have a blood feud with your Duanmu clan, so it's impossible for your Duanmu clan to let me off no matter what. Do you dare to deny that your father did not plan to assassinate me? Moreover, even if there is no enmity between us, I will still kill you. Just treat it as a punishment for evil, and on behalf of Tianxing. Duanmu Feiyu was immediately filled with grief and indignation. She was so angry she almost spat out blood. Ji Tianxing, this place is only 30-something li away from Central State City. If you dare kill me, you will definitely alarm countless experts in the city. By then, when the experts of my Duanmu clan arrive, you will be dead for sure. Ji Tianxing sneered coldly, Heh, since you still want to be lucky and wait for the experts of your Duanmu clan to come and save you, why don't we give it a try? I will let you know that even if the experts of your Duanmu clan come to save you, it will be useless. Nobody will be able to save you. As he spoke, his body was glowing with golden light. Sword intent shot up to the sky as he was about to launch an attack. Duanmu Feiyu was completely helpless. Her heart was filled with despair. He knew clearly that even if the Sky Origin Stage cultivators of Central State City were alerted and came to his rescue, it would still take some time. Whether he could survive until the experts of the Duanmu clan came to his rescue was the key to his survival. However, the answer was obvious. Even Ye Kuang, who was at the 4th level of Sky Origin Stage, was killed in 2 moves. How could he survive for long? Thinking of this, Duanmu Feiyu was filled with anxiety and grief. She could only try her best to stall for time and find a way to survive. Ji Tianxing, don't kill me. Stop it. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted for Ji Tianxing to stop. Enduring the humiliation, he surrendered to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing, I know that the reason why you are doing this is because you want to deal with the Duanmu clan. I have no enmity with you. Even if you kill me, you won't gain anything. As long as you are willing to let me live, I will follow your orders and do as you say. When Ji Tianxing heard Duanmu Feiyu's words, he immediately revealed a cold and disdainful smile. Duanmu Feiyu, don't say such nonsense that is used to coax a 3-year-old child. What a disgrace. If I spare your life, you will immediately gather a large number of experts to deal with me when you return to Central State City. How would you listen to my orders? Duanmu Feiyu's expression changed. He swallowed the second half of his sentence. Ji Tianxing was right. That was exactly what he planned to do. Begging for mercy was only a temporary measure. As long as he returned to Central State City, he would definitely crazily retaliate against Ji Tianxing. Duanmu Feiyu's lie was instantly seen through by Ji Tianxing. He hurriedly explained, Ji Tianxing, I can tell you a secret of the Duanmu clan to show my sincerity in begging for mercy. This information is a core secret of our Duanmu clan. Only a few people know about it. Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing lowered his hands as expected. His eyes indifferently looked at him. Duanmu Feiyu saw that there was hope. Ji Tianxing was indeed interested in this matter, so he thought that there was still room for negotiation. Thus, he said in a low and solemn voice, Ji Tianxing, although I don't know which power is backing you, I can tell you this clearly. However, I can clearly tell you that the strength of our Duanmu clan is far beyond your imagination. Our Duanmu clan's strongest expert is not my father, Duanmu Huang. That expert strength is enough to look down on the profound sky continent. You and your backing definitely cannot afford to offend him. If you know what's good for you, let me go. I can treat it as if nothing happened. Duanmu Feiyu originally thought that Ji Tianxing would seriously consider his words after hearing this. However, he never expected that Ji Tianxing would immediately say with a cold smile, Duanmu Feiyu, since things have reached this point, do you still think that bluffing is of any use? I really overestimated you. Compared to your big brother, Duanmu Yulong, you are simply too lacking. After saying this, Ji Tianxing no longer hesitated. His entire body lit up with a dazzling golden light, bursting with killing intent that soared to the heavens. Metal Emperor / golden light surged out of his palms. It gathered the metal energy within a radius of 10 miles, forming a giant golden sword that was over 100 meters long. That incomparably huge sword radiance flickered with a dazzling golden light, illuminating the dark sky. It emitted a sharp aura that could tear apart heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing shouted in a low voice. He controlled the giant golden sword that could split heaven and earth and slash towards Duanmu Feiyu. Duanmu Feiyu was already scared out of his wits. His eyes were wide open, revealing a deep sense of fear. He turned around and ran for his life. However, even if he exploded with his fastest speed, it was impossible for him to escape the slash of the sword radiance. Bang! In the deafening sound, the giant sword that could split heaven and earth slashed him, shattering his vital core shield and soft armor into pieces. Duanmu Feiyu was killed on the spot. A huge wound split open on his chest, and dark red blood gushed out. His corpse fell from the sky and was about to hit the ground below. However, Ji Tianxing had already shot out a giant golden hand and caught his corpse. Chapter 639. Ji Tianxing carried Duanmu Feiyu's corpse and flew across the dark sky as fast as lightning, leaving the southern outskirts mountain range. He did not return to Central State City. Instead, he rode Qianyu and flew southeast as fast as a ray of light. At this time, some sky origin stage experts in Central State City noticed the commotion in the southern outskirts mountain range and hurried over. However, when they entered the southern outskirts mountain range, they could only see collapsed mountains and ruins covered in cracks. They did not know who had fought here. The night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, Ji Tianxing passed through the famous mango forest and entered Greenwood City. At this time, the sky was still dark. The entire Greenwood City was still in a deep sleep and was very quiet. Ji Tianxing crossed Greenwood City and arrived at a mountain peak 100 miles north of the city. He quietly arrived at the peak of the mountain. The Duanmu mansion at the peak of the mountain was shrouded in a thick morning fog, faintly discernible. He did not enter the Duanmu mansion's palace. He hid in the dark and observed for a while. Then he threw Duanmu Feiyu's corpse on the square in front of the main hall and quietly left. His movements were very fast and stealthy. He avoided several patrolling guards. No one knew what he was doing. Not long after he left, a group of patrolling guards passed by the square and found the corpse. 9 guards in green armor immediately surrounded the blood-soaked corpse when they saw it. When they recognized the corpse as Duanmu Feiyu, they were stunned on the spot. Their faces were full of shock. They did not dare to believe that the noble second young master, who was in high spirits 2 days ago, had turned into a cold corpse today. After the guard captain came back to his senses, he told the guards to look after the corpse and not to touch it. He hurriedly ran into the main hall to report the news. Not long after, the guard captain guarding the Greenwood main hall was alarmed. He hurriedly led a group of guards to the square. Then, the news spread through the Duanmu mansion, waking up countless people. Cries of surprise sounded in the various palaces, breaking the silence of the morning. Half a quarter of an hour later, the guard commander sent people to carry Duanmu Feiyu's body into the main hall. Hundreds of people had already gathered in the square. They were craning their necks to look into the hall, whispering and discussing. Inside the main hall, the Duanmu family's leaders and elders had also arrived. When they saw Duanmu Feiyu's corpse, their faces became as gloomy as ice. Finally, the head of the family, Duanmu Huang, heard the news and rushed to the main hall. Hearing the bad news early in the morning, his mood was naturally irritable. His eyebrows were filled with anger and killing intent. When he saw Duanmu Feiyu's body with his own eyes, his face immediately darkened, and his whole body emitted a terrifying chill and murderous intent. Who can tell me what's going on? Wasn't Feiyu reflecting on his mistakes in the back mountains? Why was he murdered? Where was his body found? Duanmu Huang's voice was filled with murderous intent as he roared in anger. If one looked closely, one could see the murderous intent in his eyes. The guard commander hurriedly took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands and reported, "Master, 15 minutes ago, a group of guards was patrolling the square. They found second young master. After he finished, Duanmu Huang's face turned even darker. The coldness from his whole body became even more intense. Several elders and leaders also began to whisper to each other as they discussed. Second young master was still in the house yesterday morning. How could he be killed today? Second young master was protected by Niequang. He was at the second level of Sky Origin stage. How could he be killed so easily? I wonder where Fei Yu was killed. Was it in the house? Greenwood City? Or somewhere else? Who was the one who did this? How could they kill Fei Yu at this critical moment? I'm afraid second madam is going to make a scene. Duanmu Huang thought for a while with a gloomy face. Then he ordered in a deep voice, "Men, go to second young master's house. Find out if second young master was in the house last night. Where did he go? Send men to find Niequang. I want to see him if he's alive. I want to see his body if he's dead. Also, keep this secret for now. Don't let it spread out. We can't let second madam know." Even though his son was killed, Duanmu Huang was so angry that he almost broke his teeth. However, he was still able to keep calm. Soon he figured out the key to this matter. He arranged his men methodically and sent them to investigate. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a figure barged into the hall. It was a woman in a long silk dress. She looked elegant and beautiful. She was even younger and prettier than the first madam. She was Duanmu Feiyu's mother, the second madam of Duanmu Huang's family. At this moment, the second madam had just heard the bad news of Duanmu Feiyu's death. Her face was as white as paper, and she looked as if she had lost her soul. She stumbled into the hall, ignoring the presence of Duanmu Huang and the other elders. She threw herself onto Duanmu Feiyu's body and started bawling. "Feiyu, my son, you died so miserably. Which damned bastard actually killed you? Feiyu, wake up and take a look at your mother." The atmosphere in the hall was already cold and stifling. When the second madam's heart-wrenching cries rang out, everyone's hearts tightened and their bodies turned cold. Duanmu Huang looked at the second madam's heartbroken appearance. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he could only say, "Men, bring second madam back to her room to rest." Two maids immediately entered the hall and supported the second madam by her arms. They were about to bring her out of the hall. The second madam cried with tears and snot flowing down her face. She tried her best to shake off the two maids. Her eyes were red as she looked at Duanmu Huang. Her voice was hoarse as she cried, "Master, our son was killed. How can I still rest? Feiyu was my life. Now that he's dead, I don't want to live anymore." Duanmu Huang quickly comforted her. "Madam, calm down. I'm sending people to investigate. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. No matter who did it, if they dared to kill my son, Duanmu Huang, I'll make sure they die without a burial ground. Madam, don't be too sad. Go back and rest. I'll handle this matter." However, the second madam didn't listen to his comforting words. She sneered as if she had gone crazy. "Get to the bottom of this? What's there to investigate? Who wanted to kill Feiyu? Don't tell me everyone doesn't know? Her son was killed, so she couldn't bear to see me living well. She thought of ways to deal with Feiyu and caused my son's death as well. The first madam's heart is so vicious. She's simply inhumane." As soon as she said that, the entire hall was shocked. Everyone's expression changed. Duanmu Huang's pupils contracted. He quickly shouted, "Shut up! Don't talk nonsense here." The second madam only had one son, Duanmu Feiyu. Now that Duanmu Feiyu was dead, she was already disheartened. She no longer had any scruples. She screamed hysterically, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Ever since Duanmu Yulong died, the first madam has been targeting Feiyu. The day before yesterday, she even took out the evidence of Feiyu's crime and wanted to kill him. This morning, my son Feiyu died. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? If it wasn't her, who else could it be? Chapter 640. The heartbroken second madam was crying and making a fuss in the Greenwood main hall. The The pain of losing her son had caused her to lose her rationality and become unreasonable and crazy. Originally, she had been riding on the crest of success during this period of time. She had been favored because of the Duanmu Feiyu status. Not long after, she would gradually replace the first madam and become the Duanmu family's mistress. However, before she could be happy for a few days, the Duanmu Feiyu had been killed. Although she did not know who the murderer was, she was certain that it was the first madam who did it. After all, the first madam was the most suspicious and had the most reason to kill the Duanmu Feiyu. The second madam was not the only one who thought this. The other elders and leaders also had the same thought. It was just that everyone was muttering and doubting in their hearts, and they didn't dare to say it out loud like second madam. The Duanmu Huang had a headache, but he could not punish the second madam. He could only patiently console her. As the head of the family, he had to deal with things fairly. He could not favor one over the other. However, the second madam was truly turning the world upside down. The Duanmu Huang could only use some methods and use the power of his divine sense to temporarily put her to sleep. The Duanmu Huang had two maids take the second madam away to rest. Only then did the main hall quiet down. Of course, everyone knew that this was only a temporary measure. Since the second madam had caused such a ruckus, she definitely would not let it go. She would definitely fight to the death with the first madam. Not long after, the guard commander quickly returned to the main hall and respectfully reported. Reporting to family head, this subordinate has already gone to the second young master's residence and interrogated the guards and servants. Yesterday, the second young master was not in the residence. He took Nie Kuang out to handle some matters. It seems that he went to Central State City. The Duanmu Huang frowned and said in a low voice, "This unfilial son. This lord had him go to the reflection cliff and reflect on his mistakes. He actually dared to go to Central State City. Could it be that Fei Yu was killed in Central State City? Why would his corpse appear in the plaza?" Even with the Duanmu Huang's wisdom, he could not understand what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Duanmu Huang ordered in a deep voice, "Send an order to Central Continent City. Have the soul-herding hall investigate immediately. We must find Nie Kuang." The guard commander cupped his hands and bowed. He turned around and left the hall to carry out his orders. Duanmu Huang continued to give orders. "Second elder, third elder, carry out your plan as soon as possible. You must kill that bastard Ji Tianxing as soon as possible and avenge Yulong. In a short span of 3 months, 2 of my sons were killed. This is a great humiliation to our Duanmu clan. If we don't get rid of our enemies as soon as possible, the other aristocratic families will definitely rejoice in our misfortune." The second elder and the third elder's faces were also filled with indignation. They hurriedly cupped their hands and saluted, indicating that they would definitely complete the task. After Ji Tianxing left Greenwood City, he flew across the sky at lightning speed and crossed the mango forest. Along the way, he looked down at the vast forest from high up in the sky. He saw many dangerous mountains and winding rivers. The forest that was shrouded in clouds and mist was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and fruits, as well as endless amounts of medicinal herbs. This natural herb garden with a radius of 100,000 miles was the biggest reason why the Duanmu clan had prospered for thousands of years. He could not help but think to himself, if there is some way to destroy this mango forest and cut off the Duanmu clan's source of medicinal herbs, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the Duanmu clan. Recently, he had been focusing on dealing with the Duanmu clan. His mind was constantly thinking about how to weaken the Duanmu clan's power. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed and it was noon. Ji Tianxing was flying above the vast sea of clouds, crossing over a stretch of majestic mountain range. Originally, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, dyeing the white sea of clouds with a layer of golden light. However, at this moment, he realized that there was a huge black cloud high up in the sky, blocking the sunlight. The area within a radius of dozens of miles became dark. Strong winds blew in the sky, blowing the vast sea of clouds and causing them to churn violently. Ji Tianxing could vaguely sense that the air seemed to contain a trace of cold and bloody murderous aura. He immediately frowned and a look of suspicion and wariness flashed across his eyes. Ever since he came to the central state, He had not interacted with anyone from the demon clan. However, based on the experience he had accumulated in the Tianqian region, he could acutely sense that there were demon clan powerhouses around him. Even the huge black cloud in the sky was definitely not formed naturally. There was definitely something strange about it. As expected, just as he slowed down his flying speed and looked around, the black cloud in the sky suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, the surging demon fog condensed into a huge demon face. The demon face had a pair of huge scarlet eyes. It stared down at Ji Tianxing from above, revealing a ferocious and bloodthirsty cold smile. Ji Tianxing, I have finally found you. The demon face's huge mouth opened and closed, letting out a deep voice that reverberated in the sky like rolling thunder. Ji Tianxing immediately stopped flying. He stood in the sky and looked up at the demon face. A cold light flashed across his eyes. There is indeed a demon clan powerhouse attacking. When he suddenly saw the demon face in the sky, he instinctively thought that it was the demon emperor. However, after sensing it carefully, he realized that the aura of the huge demon face was not as unfathomable as that of the ancient demon emperor. When he heard what the demon face said, he was sure that it was not the demon emperor but a demon king powerhouse. Ji Tianxing looked at the demon face in the sky calmly without any worry or fear. He said in a low and cold voice, "The remnants of the demon clan are so savage that you dare to come to the central state?" The demon face opened its huge mouth and sneered in a deep voice, "Umph. In the ancient times, my clan was the ruler of the Tianqian continent. We ruled the world and ruled over hundreds of races. The central state was originally my clan's territory. It was just that it was invaded by you humans. Why would I dare to come to the central state? I will kill a lowly worm like you today." Ji Tianxing had heard of some legends from the ancient times and knew that the demon face was telling the truth. However, he was not interested in this question. He sneered with a cold expression, "Cut the crap. Are you avenging the blood demon king or working for the ancient demon emperor? Tell me your name. My sword does not kill nameless rats." The demon face opened its mouth and sneered, "Ha! Who does the blood demon king think he is? I am the king of the fierce wind tribe. I only follow the orders of His Majesty the demon emperor. Ji Tianxing, if you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Don't wait for me to attack. Otherwise, you will suffer." The demon king of fierce wind's tone was full of confidence and arrogance. It was as if victory was in his hands and he already had Ji Tianxing's life in his hands. As his voice fell, the demon cloud that covered the sky spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of 10 miles. The demon cloud condensed into a thick black wall of light, forming a huge black ball of light that sealed off the sky within a radius of 10 miles. Chapter 641. The black light barrier was like a huge cage, trapping Ji Tianxing within. Endless demonic aura poured down, filling the entire black light sphere and drowning Ji Tianxing's figure. The demonic aura contained a bone-chilling coldness and a powerful corrosive force. Even though Ji Tianxing's body had been tempered thousands of times, his physical strength and defense were far superior to divine prime experts of the same level. However, after being infected by the demonic aura, he still felt a stabbing pain all over his body, and his skin was corroded black. He quickly channeled his power and condensed a shield with his majestic vital essence to protect his body. However, the vital essence shield could not resist the corrosion of the demonic aura. It was quietly thinning, and its power was rapidly weakening. Ji Tianxing had to constantly consume power to maintain the vital essence shield. Even if the demon king of Laifeng did not attack, his vital essence would be exhausted after staying in the demonic aura for 2 hours at most. What secret technique is this? How can it be so powerful? He was a little surprised and muttered to himself. At the same time, the demon king of Liefeng's mocking laughter came from the dark demonic aura behind him. "Ha! Ji Tianxing, I've been watching you for a long time, and I've made ample preparations before attacking. I've carefully prepared the dark cage for you. As long as you're trapped in it, there's no way you can escape. Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Don't worry, I'll let you slowly taste the pain and despair. Obviously, this dark area with a radius of 10 miles was the dark cage that the Demon King of Lifeng had mentioned. This was a divine prime secret technique of the demons. It was extremely troublesome to perform, and it required the blood essence of hundreds of sacrifices, as well as a lot of resources. However, once the dark cage was successfully performed, its power was extremely terrifying. Ji Tianxing suddenly heard the Demon King of Liefeng's voice. He subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, his eyes sharp as he searched around. However, there was only endless darkness behind him. There was no one at all. Even if he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he could not find the Demon King of Liefeng's body. As such, even if he wanted to resist, there was no way he could do it. Dark cage? I'd like to see how long your meticulously prepared secret technique can trap me. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing an unyielding fighting spirit. A cold light flashed in his palm, and a dark sword appeared out of thin air. It was the Black Dragon Sword. 9 Heavens Dragon Soars. Ji Tianxing abruptly unsheathed his sword and slashed out a 40-meter-long cold sword aura, fiercely hacking at the darkness ahead. The giant ice sword lit up with a dazzling sword light, bursting forth with an invincible and terrifying power. It cut through the shroud of the pitch-black demonic fog and slashed into the depths of the darkness. However, this sword slashed through the air and did not cut anything at all. In the blink of an eye, the cold and dazzling sword light was swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared. The dark prison was still intact, and there was no reaction at all. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing immediately frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could this be? I slashed down with my sword, but there was no reaction at all? Could this dark prison be a large array? Ji Tianxing vaguely felt that it was impossible to break the dark prison with a powerful sword technique. He quickly released his spiritual sense and carefully probed the surrounding situation, trying to find clues about the dark prison and find clues to crack the array. Unfortunately, he could not find any clues after observing for a while with his spiritual sense, nor could he see how the array was constructed. This result made him even more puzzled, and he thought to himself, no. With my attainments in Array Dao, even if I can't crack all of the Tianyuan arrays, I should be able to find clues. At least I can detect the existence of the array and sense the power of the array. The Demon King of Lifeng is also at the Tianyuan stage, and it's impossible for him to set up a soul-level array. If this dark prison is a Tianyuan array, I should be able to find clues. Could it be that this is not a large array? Just as Ji Tianxing was calmly analyzing, the Demon King of Liefeng's sneer came from the darkness behind him. Ji Tianxing, I know you're good at Array Dao and good at cracking large arrays. But you'll never be able to crack my dark prison. How could a despicable human worm like you understand the wonders of my race's secret technique? Hearing the Demon King of Liefeng's confident and proud words, Ji Tianxing was immediately sure that the dark prison was not a large array, but a secret technique of the demon race. Moreover, he had been waiting for the Demon King of Lifeng to speak again. When the Demon King of Liefeng's voice sounded, he had already swung the Black Dragon Sword at lightning speed and slashed at the darkness behind him. Swoosh! A giant golden sword appeared out of thin air, bursting with a power that could destroy everything, and slashed at the darkness 100 meters behind him. However, the darkness was empty, and there was only a large mass of dark demonic fog. The giant golden sword slashed at the mass of dark demonic fog with a muffled bang, and was soon swallowed by the boundless darkness without causing any reaction. No matter how powerful Ji Tianxing's sword technique was, it could not threaten the Demon King of Lifeng. It felt like he had punched cotton with all his strength. The Demon King of Lifeng laughed and said in a mocking and pitying tone, You stupid worm, you actually want to take the opportunity to sneak attack me. I've already turned into infinite demonic energy and merged with the dark prison. In this dark prison, I'm the invincible ruler. Your life and death are in my hands. Ji Tianxing's face became gloomier, and the murderous aura in his eyes became more intense. He silently put away the Black Dragon Sword and asked in a low voice, Demon King of Lifeng, Do you dare to fight me fair and square, you coward? The demon king of Liefeng's voice sounded in the darkness above his head. Ji Tianxing, don't try to goad me. It's ridiculous. I don't need to show myself, nor do I need to fight you. I just need to trap you in the prison for 2 hours. After 2 hours, your true yuan will be exhausted, and you will no longer have the power to resist. At that time, you will be at my mercy. Ji Tianxing silently listened to the demon king of Liefeng's words, but he was not angry and could still remain calm. He analyzed an important piece of information from the demon king of Liefeng's words. Given the cruel and bloodthirsty nature of the demon race, if the demon king of Liefeng wanted to kill me, he would not have said so much nonsense to me. It seems that his goal is not to kill me, but to capture me. Ji Tianxing recalled something. Back in the Sky Pillar sect, when the ancient demon emperor had just broken through the seal, he had said something. The ancient demon emperor had said that the sword god's bloodline in his body was the best sacrifice that could help it quickly recover its vitality. Thinking of this, he could roughly guess the demon king of Liefeng's goal. Chapter 642. Ji Tianxing had already guessed the demon king Liefeng's intention. However, he could neither escape from the dark cage nor fight the demon king Liefeng head-on. Helplessly, he could only fly forward with all his might. He wanted to rush to the edge of the dark cage and find a way to break the barrier. However, after flying for more than 10 miles in the darkness, he still could not reach the edge of the dark cage and returned to his original spot. This time, Ji Tianxing was really at his wit's end. He could only circulate his energy to resist the erosion of the demonic qi and try his best to think of a way to escape. The dark cage has a radius of 10 miles. No matter what sword technique I use, I can't break the cage. Since the sword technique is useless, I can only try that magic treasure. Ji Tianxing murmured to himself and immediately took out a square golden seal from his interspatial ring. This was the Domain Lord's golden seal of the Tiantian Domain Lord and a soul-level magic treasure refined by the Emperor himself, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Ji Tianxing had never used the Seal of Mountains and Rivers since he obtained it. This time, he wanted to test the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers and see if it could help him escape from the Demon King Liefeng's dark cage. Holding the Seal of Mountains and Rivers in his left hand, he waved his right hand with a solemn expression and used a secret technique to control the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. When his right hand shot out beams of true essence into the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, the entire golden seal immediately burst out with a dazzling golden light. Swoosh! The dazzling golden light spread out and formed a 5-meter golden light shield that enveloped Ji Tianxing and protected him. The golden light contained a sacred and powerful power that immediately dispelled the darkness and blocked the erosion of the demonic qi. Ji Tianxing only felt the pressure suddenly reduced and the endless demonic qi in the cage could no longer touch him. At this time, the Demon King Liefeng's voice came from a cloud of demonic qi 100 meters behind him. What kind of treasure is this? The Demon King Liefeng's tone was full of surprise and a trace of fear. Ji Tianxing sneered and shouted in a cold tone, "Of course it's a treasure that will take your life." As his voice fell, his right hand formed a mysterious seal and injected a vast amount of true essence into the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. "Open!" Ji Tianxing suddenly shouted coldly, activating the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to release a dazzling golden light that covered the sky. The dazzling golden light condensed into a huge pillar of light, which blasted fiercely into the darkness behind him. Boom! The 100-meter-long golden pillar of light carried a destructive power as it pierced through the layers of demonic mist and struck the black light barrier at the edge of the cage. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and it reverberated fiercely in the dark sky. Several huge cracks appeared on the walls of the cage, spreading in all directions. The entire cage of darkness began to tremble violently, as if it was unable to bear the burden and would collapse at any moment. In the dark prison, the demonic qi and black clouds churned violently. The Demon King of Liefeng immediately let out a panicked roar. "How is this possible? You lowly reptile, how could you shake my cage?" Ji Tianxing saw that the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers was indeed strong, and his eyes were filled with joy. When I used the Seal of Mountains and Rivers for the first time, I only used 10% of its power, and it was enough to shake the entire Cage of Darkness. He did not hesitate to cast the technique again, releasing an even more majestic True Origin and injecting it into the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Suddenly, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers released an even more dazzling golden light, which condensed into an even more terrifying golden pillar of light. Boom! The 200-meter-long golden pillar of light instantly pierced through the boundless darkness, and once again struck the barrier of the Cage of Darkness. Amidst the deafening noise, a huge hole was blasted open in the black light barrier, and dense cracks appeared. The golden pillar of light passed through the hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the cracks around the hole were rapidly extending and expanding, causing the entire Cage of Darkness to be on the verge of collapse. Seeing that the Cage of Darkness was about to break, the Demon King of Lifeng could no longer maintain his calm and roared furiously. "Bastard! Little bastard, don't even think about escaping from my suppression." The dozens of demonic clouds hidden in the darkness immediately gathered together and condensed into a 100-meter-tall humanoid beast. It was a gigantic beast covered in pitch-black scales. Its limbs were extremely thick and sturdy, and its head was huge. It had a wide and flat mouth, and there were several rows of sharp barbs on its spine. Moreover, it had a huge crocodile-like tail, which was covered in black barbs. This ferocious-looking humanoid beast was the true form of the Demon King of Lifeng. It roared angrily and pounced on Ji Tianxing as fast as lightning, waving its pair of giant claws and smashing down. Its claws were the size of a 2-story building, and the black claws were sharp enough to crush a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. If Ji Tianxing was hit by the huge claws, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. However, Ji Tianxing did not retreat. He looked coldly at the Demon King of Lifeng, and once again activated the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Dragon Shadow of Mountains and Rivers. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers once again released a dazzling golden light, which condensed into a 300-meter-long golden spear shadow. It erupted with a power that could destroy everything and blasted at the Demon King of Lifeng. The Demon King of Lifeng felt the terrifying power of the golden spear shadow. His body immediately trembled, and his eyes widened in horror. He subconsciously stopped pouncing and wanted to avoid the bombardment of the golden spear shadow. However, he was too close to Ji Tianxing, and the speed of the golden spear shadow was too fast. Everything was too late. Kaboom! A thunderous sound burst out and reverberated violently in the dark cage. The powerful golden spear shadow instantly pierced through the Demon King of Lifeng's huge claws and blasted his thick and sturdy left shoulder that was covered in scales. The Demon King of Lifeng was immediately blasted away and slammed into the dark cage's barrier. Boom! In the dull loud sound, the dark light barrier was smashed and completely collapsed. The golden spear shadow pierced through the Demon King of Lifeng's left shoulder and flew out of the dark cage, disappearing into the sky. The dark cage finally broke into pieces, turning into demonic chi that covered the sky and the earth, spreading out in all directions. The Demon King of Lifeng screamed in pain. Black blood gushed out from his wounds. He fell from the sky and smashed into the dense forest. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing's body flashed. He went through the rolling demonic chi and flew back to the forest. He looked down at the forest and saw the Demon King of Lifeng lying miserably in the forest, still struggling. Soul-level magical weapons are indeed powerful. This is my first time using it. I haven't mastered the secret technique yet I can already release such a powerful attack. Not only did I break the dark cage, but I also severely injured the Demon King of Lifeng, who is at Sky Origin Stage Level 7. Chapter 643. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers was a soul-level magic treasure. Only powerhouses in the spirit cultivation stage could unleash its full power. Moreover, in order to fully control the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, one had to master the corresponding control incantation. When the Emperor gave the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to Ji Tianxing, the Imperial Tutor gave him a brief introduction about soul-level magic treasures. Incantation was a power that was above martial arts. Weapons and equipment below the Tianyuan level could only be called weapons. Only top Tianyuan level magic treasures that could mobilize the power of heaven and earth could be called magic instruments. Only soul level magic treasures that were more powerful than magic instruments could be called magic treasures. In the Tianxian continent, every magic treasure was priceless. They were rare and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, every magic treasure had its corresponding secret control incantation. Unfortunately, the emperor only gave the seal of mountains and rivers to Ji Tianxing and did not give him the corresponding incantation. However, even if Ji Tianxing did not have the incantation and could only use the seal of mountains and rivers to perform simple attacks, it was still very powerful. He was already satisfied, and silently planned in his heart that in the future he would definitely find an opportunity to ask for the seal of mountains and rivers from the emperor. Lai Feng Demon King, it's time for you to die. Ji Tianxing looked at the Demon King of Lai Feng coldly and poured vital core into the seal of mountains and rivers again. He was ready to kill the Demon King of Lai Feng in one blow. Although he did not have the incantation, forcibly activating the power of the seal of mountains and rivers would consume a lot of vital core. However, he did not care. As long as he could kill the Demon King of Lai Feng, it would be worth it no matter how much vital core he consumed. However, at this moment, in the sky above the forest thousands of meters behind him, a mocking sneer suddenly sounded. Demon King of Lai Feng, you can't even take down a worm at level 3 of the Tianyuan stage. How dare you report to the Demon King? Humph. No wonder the Lai Feng tribe is getting weaker and weaker. With your abilities and tricks, you should go back to the northern desert. Don't embarrass our tribe. It was a slightly sharp male voice. His words were full of undisguised disdain and contempt. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and turned to look behind him. In the sky behind him, a skinny demon clan man wearing a blood-red robe was walking over. The male demon looked a little strange. His skin was pale and bloodless, like a corpse. His dark red waist-length hair was tied into 3 braids. A few fangs were exposed in his flat mouth, and blood was dripping from them. Although this male demon maintained his human form, he still looked ferocious and terrifying. Ji Tianxing could also clearly sense that this person's strength and aura were even more unfathomable than the Demon King of Lai Feng. Vigilance flashed in his eyes as he temporarily ignored the severely injured Demon King of Lai Feng and stared at the blood-robed man. At this time, Demon King Lai Feng also flew into the sky and turned into a burly bald man. His whole body was stained with dark demon blood, and there was a huge bloody hole in his left arm. His entire left arm was drooping and unable to move. Even so, his aura was still fierce and ferocious. He stared at the blood-robed man with blood-red eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Shui Qianjiang, how good is your blood-wing tribe? Weren't you also driven out of the Blood Cloud Valley and wandering in the ice field for many years? Moreover, Ji Tianxing was targeted by me first. Everything should be first come, first served." Before Demon King Lai Feng finished his words, he was interrupted by the blood-robed man, Shui Qianjiang. He looked up and laughed and said in a contemptuous tone, "Ha, that's right, first come, first served is the default rule. But you have already made a move, and you failed to trap Ji Tianxing. Instead, you were injured by him. Since you didn't succeed, it's time for me to make a move. Demon King Lai Feng, you stay aside. Now, I will let you see with your own eyes how I will capture Ji Tianxing, and how I will present him to His Majesty, the Demon King, and receive his reward." Demon King Lai Feng was furious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But his strength was weaker than Shui Qianjiang, and now that he was seriously injured, it was impossible for him to fall out with Shui Qianjiang. He gritted his teeth and retreated to the distant sky to watch the battle. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shui Qianjiang, if this boy didn't have a magic weapon, I would have already captured him. Since you are so confident, I would like to see what means you have to resist his magic weapon." Demon King Lai Feng made up his mind. After Shui Qianjiang was injured by the magic weapon, he would return the favor and laugh at him. At that time, he would return Shui Qianjiang's words to him. However, Xue Qianjiang grinned and revealed a smug sneer. Demon King Lai Feng, do you want to see me make a fool of myself? Haha, I have been secretly watching the battle for so long. If I didn't have full confidence, why would I show myself? As he spoke, Xue Qianjiang's palm surged with a bloody light, and an old scroll appeared out of thin air. It was a dark red scroll made of an unknown material, and it looked like it had a history of thousands of years. The surface of the scroll was full of cracks, and there were a few irregular gaps, as if it would be broken with a touch. However, it was this tattered scroll that was faintly emitting an extremely shocking evil power. Ji Tianxing tried to touch it with his spiritual sense, and was immediately dizzy by the bloody smell in the scroll. He suddenly realized that the extremely old scroll must also be a magic treasure. Sure enough, after Demon King Lai Feng saw the ancient scroll, he was immediately stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. Is this the scroll from that year? The relic of His Majesty Blood Emperor, the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea Map? Demon King Liefeng's voice was trembling, and it was full of shock and a trace of jealousy. Xue Qianjiang nodded and revealed a smug sneer. That's right. This is the magic weapon that my great-grandfather, the Great Blood Emperor, personally refined. In the war thousands of years ago, the Blood Emperor fell, and the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea Map went missing. However, my father and I spent more than 200 years, and almost searched the entire northern desert, and finally found it. With this magic weapon in hand, I can control monstrous power, and create a mountain of white bones and a boundless sea of blood. Why would I worry about not being able to revive the Bloodwing tribe? When Xue Qianjiang talked about the origin and power of the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea Map, he was full of pride, and could be said to be in high spirits. Demon King Lai Feng stared at the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea Map, and was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He nodded dejectedly and said in a low and dry voice, Xue Qianjiang, no wonder you were so arrogant. You knew that the boy had a magic weapon to protect him, and you still dared to attack him. Haha, I didn't expect that you really found the legendary Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea Map. You win. You win, and Ji Tianxing is yours. The appearance of the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea Map completely destroyed Demon King Liefeng's hope, and he was both shocked and jealous. Chapter 644. The severely injured Demon King Lai Feng left. Only Ji Tianxing and Xue Qianjiang were left in the sky above the mango forest. Ji Tianxing had been silent, secretly observing Xue Qianjiang. The conversation between Xue Qianjiang and Demon King Lai Feng made him understand a lot of information. He just realized that there were many people who wanted to capture him as a sacrifice to the Demon Emperor. It was definitely not just Demon King Lai Feng and Xue Qianjiang. There were even more Devil King powerhouses watching him in the dark. And Xue Qianjiang in front of him was not only the king of the Bloodwing tribe, but also the descendant of the Blood Emperor. Most importantly, Xue Qianjiang had a treasure called the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. He had not figured out how to control the seal of mountains and rivers, but Xue Qianjiang obviously understood the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map very well. He would definitely be able to unleash a stronger power. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to flap his golden wings, explode with the fastest speed, and escape towards the northwest. Whoosh! He turned into a golden streamer, instantly piercing the sky, and flew thousands of meters away. However, Xue Qianjiang was already prepared, and chased after him with a smirk. Ha! Little bastard, don't you think it's too late to run now? Xue Qianjiang shook his blood-red robe, turned into a bloody light, and caught up with Ji Tianxing in the blink of an eye. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. Xue Qianjiang roared, and activated a vast amount of demonic power, crazily injecting it into the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. Suddenly, the ancient and shabby scroll unfolded, blooming a bloody light that covered the sky. Swoosh! The dark red bloody light emitted a nauseating stench of blood, dyeing half the sky red, instantly covering a radius of 20 miles. In the blink of an eye, the sky and earth within a radius of 20 miles were covered by the bloody light, turning into a boundless sea of blood. the sky and earth disappeared, and there was only an endless dark red color left between heaven and earth. Even the vast forest below was submerged by the sea of blood. Tens of thousands of towering trees were corroded into dust by the sea of blood. The waves of blood rolled and swept across the sky, like a high wall, fiercely suppressed Ji Tianxing. At the critical moment, he did not hesitate to activate the power of the seal of mountains and rivers, condensing the divine golden light into a shield. Shwa! An oval-shaped golden light shield enveloped him, protecting him tightly. One after another, huge waves came crashing down and slapped on the golden light shield, making muffled booms. The golden light shield trembled under the attack, and cracks gradually appeared on its surface. Ji Tianxing was unable to fly in the air and was immediately swept into the blood sea by the huge waves, sinking and bobbing up and down in the endless blood water. Only at this moment did he notice that skeletons that covered the heavens and the earth surged out from the depths of the boundless sea of blood, and all of them charged madly towards him. He hurriedly used his true essence and activated the seal of mountains and rivers to release a golden beam of light towards the densely packed skeletons. Peng peng peng! Amidst a series of muffled sounds, tens of thousands of white skeletons were turned into dregs by the golden pillar of light and scattered in the sea of blood. However, after the golden light pillar dissipated, the sea of blood was still surging. Those shattered bone dregs, once again condensed into countless skeletons, charging over fearlessly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of white skeletons drowned him, piling up into a mountain of white skeletons. The white skeletons crazily attacked the golden light shield, making the shield crackle and tremble. Ji Tianxing was unable to escape the sea of blood, and could only continue to inject true essence into the seal of mountains and rivers to maintain the golden light shield. Shui Qianjiang stepped on the blood waves in the air, with his hands behind his back, his blood-red robe fluttering, revealing a domineering and confident aura of an expert. His pale face revealed a complacent sneer. With a low voice he shouted, "Ji Tianxing, you have already fallen into my corpse mountain blood sea painting, don't even think about escaping. Let me give you a word of advice. It's best if you give up struggling and obediently hand over the golden seal. If not, I don't mind killing you and devouring your Kenshin bloodline." Ji Tianxing was still struggling in the sea of blood, bitterly resisting the siege of the skeleton army. Hearing Shui Qianjiang's words, he roared in a low voice, "Shui Qianjiang, the ancient demon emperor ordered to capture me as a sacrifice. How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid of being executed by the ancient demon emperor?" Shui Qianjiang suddenly laughed disdainfully. "Huh? Little bastard, do you think I am as stupid as the others? I have the corpse mountain blood sea painting, and I can use this treasure to refine your Kenshin bloodline and quickly reach the spirit cultivation realm. At that time, I will become the new blood emperor and rule over countless tribes in the northern desert." Ji Tianxing's heart moved, as he vaguely understood something, and continued to roar, "Humph! Wishful thinking. Even if you reach the spirit cultivation realm, can you rule over other tribes? In the entire northern desert, are there no emperor-level experts? There are only two." Shui Qianjiang blurted out, but stopped abruptly. He immediately reacted, and sneered contemptuously. "Huh, you little bastard, you still want to trick me? Since you are so stubborn, I will fulfill your wish, and turn you into a pool of blood now." Shui Qianjiang said as he waved his palms with a ferocious look, and displayed an ancient and mysterious skill. As his palms drew a mysterious trajectory, he controlled the power of the corpse mountain blood sea painting, and the entire blood sea immediately surged. After a few breaths, a huge whirlpool with a radius of 1,000 meters appeared in the center of the blood sea, and it spun rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The huge blood whirlpool spun rapidly, and the surrounding seawater flew up into the sky, gradually forming a wall of blood waves. A terrifying, devouring power that seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth erupted from the whirlpool, and immediately enveloped Ji Tianxing. Suddenly, he involuntarily flew into the huge whirlpool. The whirlpool contained a terrifying strangling power, and once he was swallowed into the whirlpool he would immediately be strangled into pieces. At the moment of life and death, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to consume 50% of his power and desperately activated the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Dragon Shadow of Mountains and Rivers. With his angry roar, the Seal of Mountains and Rivers suddenly expanded 10,000 times and became the size of a house. Every line on the Seal of Mountains and Rivers was clearly distinguishable, and it bloomed with a sacred golden light that covered the sky and condensed into a huge and terrifying spear shadow. It was a 1,000-meter-long spear shadow, like a golden dragon, containing the power to destroy everything and destroy the heavens and the earth. The dragon spear shadow actually made a realistic dragon roar and fiercely blasted into the huge whirlpool in the middle of the Blood Sea. At this moment, Ji Tianxing did not hesitate to activate his power to the limit and finally displayed 30% of the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Boom! In the deafening loud noise, the 1,000-meter-long dragon spear shadow fiercely blasted into the whirlpool of the Blood Sea, and the whirlpool collapsed on the spot, rolling up a monstrous blood wave. The whirlpool was blasted into pieces, and the huge wave spread out in all directions, immediately turning the entire Blood Sea upside down. Chapter 645. The whirlpool in the middle of the Blood Sea collapsed, and the violent power spread to the surroundings. In just a few breaths, the whole Blood Sea was completely chaotic and fell apart. Amidst the loud rumbling, monstrous waves rolled up in the sea of blood, and a huge crack appeared. An endless amount of blood flowed out of the crack, and its power was also rapidly draining away. Seeing this scene, Shui Qianzhang's face immediately changed. He was shocked and roared angrily. "Bastard! You damned reptile, how dare you break this king's family heirloom?" In Shui Qianzhang's eyes, the Blood Emperor's corpse mountain Blood Sea map was his family's treasure, extremely precious and powerful. This treasure was his hope to break through to the spirit-refining realm and revitalize the Bloodwing tribe. But now, Ji Tianxing had broken a crack in the mountain of corpses and Blood Sea painting. His heart was aching so much that it was about to bleed. Ji Tianxing ignored him and flew to the crack without hesitation. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, Ji Tianxing passed through the crack and finally escaped from the Blood Sea. He returned to the dense forest, and once again saw the dark green forest and the sky above his head. He only felt incomparably familiar. At the same time, Shui Qianzhang put away the corpse mountain Blood Sea map, and held the old scroll with both hands, carefully examining it. Seeing a finger-long crack on the scroll, his whole face was distorted with heartache. The corpse mountain Blood Sea map was already very old, and now with a crack, not only was its power greatly reduced, but it also took a lot of effort and resources to repair it. "Ah, Ji Tianxing, you little bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds." Shui Qianzhang roared angrily, put the corpse mountain Blood Sea map into the spatial ring, and crazily rushed towards Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's power was more than half consumed, and his fighting power was very weak, and his face was as pale as paper. He did not want to be entangled with Shui Qianzhang, and immediately flapped his golden wings to escape. Shui Qianzhang pursued relentlessly, turning into a blood-colored light blade that streaked across the sky, and began his pursuit as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths of time, Shui Qianzhang had caught up with Ji Tianxing. The distance between the two of them was shortened to about 300 meters. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing's heart was burning with anxiety, and in a moment of desperation he had no choice but to use the flying sword's secret technique. Swish! He activated the sword embryo in his body and it flew out of his body, transforming into a 3-meter-long golden sword. Then he stepped on the giant golden sword and flew toward the northwest as fast as he could. Back in the giant spirit city, Ji Tianxing had once relied on this secret technique to escape the pursuit of the giant spirit god. At that time, Zhu Shen had half a step into the spirit-refining realm and was much stronger than Shui Qianzhang. Even Zhu Shen could not catch up with Ji Tianxing. How could Shui Qianzhang catch up with him? In the blink of an eye, the distance between Ji Tianxing and Shui Qianzhang had increased by several hundred meters. After 100 breaths of time, Ji Tianxing had left Xianxia more than 10 miles away. Not long after, his figure disappeared into the clouds above the forest, completely escaping from Xianxia's pursuit. Xianxia was filled with unwillingness as he chased for a quarter of an hour, but in the end he had no choice but to give up. He stood in the sky, panting violently, and cursed in rage, "Ji Tianxing! You damn bastard, the next time I see you, I will definitely take your dog life." After roaring a few words, his anger dissipated a little, and he turned and flew away. In the evening, Ji Tianxing finally rushed back to the central state city and returned to the monarch mansion. Not long after he returned to the Tianxing palace, Ji Ku and Yan heard the news and rushed over to meet him. Seeing his pale face and exhausted appearance, the two of them were immediately filled with worry and hurriedly asked him what happened. "Brother Tianxing, what happened? Why is your face so pale?" "Brother Tianxing, did you fight with someone?" Ji Tianxing only had 30% of his true origin left, his spirit and strength were very weak, so his complexion was obviously not good. He brought Ji Ku and Yen'er into the study and said solemnly, "That's right, these 2 days I was rushing between the central state city and the Greenwood city, and even fought a few battles with people. Today I left the Greenwood city, and on the way back to the central state city, I was ambushed by the devil race experts in the Mangu forest." Ji Tianxing gave a simple explanation of what had happened. When Ji Ku and Yen'er heard, they became even more nervous and worried. "What? You were ambushed by the devil race experts?" "The remnants of the devil race are too savage. They actually dared to step into the central state, and so unscrupulously chased after you." Ji Tianxing nodded and said earnestly, "The ancient devil emperor gave the order, and the devil kings under his command came out in full force, vowing to capture me and refine my bloodline. The devil race came in full force, and many devil king experts must have come to the central state and are secretly moving. From now on, the two of you have to be careful and try to stay in the emperor mansion and the central state city. If there's nothing particularly important, try not to leave the central state city." Ji Ku and Yen'er understood the urgency of the situation and nodded solemnly. Ji Tianxing reminded the two of a few more things, and then entered the secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the secret chamber, holding a spirit stone in each hand, and silently circulating his true origin. After a day and night of circulating his true origin finally recovered. Next, he opened the heavenly spirit heavy array, and used the powerful gravity to temper his body and quickly improve his strength. The secret chamber was already rich in spirit qi, and he had abundant cultivation resources, so his cultivation progress was naturally fast. Coupled with the powerful effect of the heavenly spirit heavy array, his body was constantly tempering and strengthening, and his strength was rapidly improving. This time, Ji Tianxing wanted to break through to the 4th level of the heavenly origin stage in one go. North of the Greenwood city, in the Duanmu family's mansion. In a magnificent palace, in a spacious and luxurious bedroom, the second madam was sitting by the bed in a daze. Her face was very ugly, and she looked like she was heartbroken. Recalling the way Duanmu Feiyu died, she was overcome with grief, and she sobbed with a sorrowful expression. "My poor Feiyu. After suffering so many years of grievances at home, I finally could hold my head high, but I was killed by a villain. Feiyu left me alone. How can I live in the future?" The maid standing by the side quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears of the second madam, and patiently comforted her. "Madam, the dead can't be revived. Don't be too sad. Don't worry, the master will soon find out the truth, find the murderer who killed the second young master, and avenge him." The second madam shook her head, and sobbed in a low voice, "Even if the master can find the murderer and avenge Feiyu, so what? The first madam has always been at odds with me, and she has long wanted to find a chance to drive me out of the family. Now that Feiyu is dead, I have no one to rely on. The first madam will definitely not let this go, and will definitely deal with me more severely." Chapter 646. Second madam's tone was full of despair and helplessness. She seemed to be out of her wits and in a mess. She wasn't like First Madam, who was born in a rich and powerful family. Even without Duanmu Yulong, she still had the support of her maternal family. Duanmu Feiyu was her support. Now that Duanmu Feiyu was dead, her position in the Duanmu family would be even lower. The maid comforted her for a while, but it was useless. Instead, she cried even more sadly. This maid was Caldi, Second Madam's trusted aide. She had been by Second Madam's side for many years and was highly regarded and trusted. He saw Second Madam crying in despair. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly thought of something and immediately came up with an idea. "Madam, this servant has thought of a person who can help you." Second Madam raised her head and looked at her with teary eyes. She asked, "Who can help me now?" He said with a solemn expression, "Madam, have you forgotten? Your adoptive father is still in Central Continent City. He will definitely support you and help you solve this disaster." Adoptive father? Second Madam was stunned. She quickly wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded, "That's right. I can still ask adoptive father for help. Although I have rarely contacted him after marrying into the Duanmu family, he has many tricks. But he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He can definitely help me get rid of that bitch. The only person who can threaten me is First Madam. Regardless of whether Feiyu was killed by her or not, she won't let go of this opportunity. I can't just sit and wait for death. I must take this opportunity to take the initiative and topple First Madam as soon as possible. Only then can I get rid of my worries." Second Madam had someone to rely on and her backbone, so she quickly calmed down. She thought for a moment and then had Yi bring a pen and paper. She began to write a letter to adoptive father. After she finished writing the letter, she handed it to Yi and instructed in a serious tone, "Yi, immediately arrange for reliable people to send this letter to the underground ghost city in Central Continent City, as you command." He took the letter and quickly bowed before leaving the room. Second Madam looked out the window with a gloomy expression. A cold light flashed through her eyes. Adoptive father's hands and feet are crippled and his strength is constantly declining. He has been hiding in the underground ghost city like a crazy drunkard, muddling through his days. But after all, he is experienced and good at using all kinds of sinister methods. He can definitely help me get rid of First Madam. Second Madam was only the daughter of a small family back then. Apart from being a bit beautiful and scheming, there wasn't much else that stood out about her. Her adoptive father, Hui Yan, had contributed a lot to her being able to climb up the social ladder and successfully marry into the Duanmu family. Many people in the Duanmu family thought that after Second Madam woke up, she would definitely make a big fuss and cause chaos in the residence. Duanmu Huang and the other elders had already made the necessary preparations. However, in the next 2 days, Second Madam didn't cause any trouble. She had stayed in her room, waiting. Late at night on the third day, the maid Yi quickly walked into the Second Madam's room and respectfully reported the news. "Madam, Grandfather Hua has arrived. He's waiting for you in the secret room." Hearing this, Second Madam's spirit was suddenly shaken. Her eyes flashed with hope. Adoptive father is finally here. Yi, come with me to the secret room. Second Madam took Yi out of the room. They entered a secret passage that led to the palace's underground and hurried to the secret room for practice. Not long after, they reached the end of the passage and came to the door of a stone room. "Be, guard outside the door," Second Madam instructed. She raised her hand to push open the stone door and entered the dimly lit secret room. This secret room wasn't big. It was only 10 meters in radius. There were many Tianyuan arrays set up inside, which were very hidden and confidential. The secret room was empty. There was only a white jade table and 2 stone stools. As soon as Second Madam entered the secret room, she saw a black figure sitting in front of the stone table. It was an old man in a black robe. He wasn't tall or sturdy. In fact, he looked very thin and weak. His waist was bent, and he looked a little sloppy. Under his loose black robe, it was obvious that he was missing a left arm and a right leg. His long, messy hair covered half of his face. Half of his face was exposed. There were 2 raised scars. In his deeply sunken eye sockets, there was a flickering eye. The black-robed old man sat quietly by the stone table. He was looking down at his right hand. In his skinny palm, there was a finger-long dark red flame snake. It was spiraling and dancing in a lively manner. Second Madam walked to the old man and bowed respectfully. She called out, "Adoptive father." The black-robed old man was her husband, Huiyan. Huiyan didn't look up. He was still staring at the flame snake in his palm. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Shutong, if I remember correctly, you haven't contacted me for 10 years, right? Could it be that you only think of this old man when you're in trouble?" Hearing this, Second Madam was a little embarrassed. She quickly bowed and explained with a smile, "Adoptive father, you've misunderstood me. Shutong knows that you don't like to deal with people. You just want to spend your days in peace, so Shutong doesn't dare to disturb you." Without waiting for Second Madam to finish speaking, Huiyan interrupted her and said in a low voice, "No need to explain. If I blame you, I wouldn't have come today." Hearing this, Second Madam was relieved. She quickly asked, "Adoptive father, does that mean you agree?" Huiyan said in a calm and indifferent tone, "Of course. I can help you deal with First Madam and help you secure your position as Madam. However, I also need you to do something for me." Second Madam nodded without hesitation and said, "Don't worry, adoptive father. As long as it's within Shutong's power, I won't refuse." Huiyan turned over his palm. The flame snake in his palm disappeared and was replaced by a scroll. He put the scroll on the stone table and said to Second Madam, "Adoptive father has always wanted to deal with an old matter. Now, there's finally some progress. The person in the portrait has come to Zhongzhou City. You have to find a way to find this person and capture him for me." Second Madam hurriedly reached out to pick up the scroll and unfurled it. When she saw the person in the portrait, she was immediately stunned. That was because the person in the portrait was a little boy who was a little over 10 years old. Although the boy was young, he was very handsome. There was a majestic aura between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he came from a noble background. Moreover, although he was a human youth, he had long dark red hair. There was also a red flame mark on his forehead. It was quite exotic. Although Second Madam was puzzled, she didn't say anything. She stared at the portrait for a moment, then solemnly put away the scroll. Chapter 647. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was early in the morning and the monarch's residence was as peaceful as ever. To the southeast of the mountain range, there was a mirror-like lake with a radius of 100 miles. It was Graceful Cloud Lake. The lake was surrounded by mountains and was shrouded in clouds. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It contained strands of 5-colored spirit energy that refracted colorful lights, making it seem like a dream. This lake was one of the scenic spots in the monarch's residence. Although Graceful Cloud Lake's location was a bit remote, there were always people with stories who would come here to relax and enjoy the scenery. At this moment, under a 1,000-year-old tree by the lake, there stood a beautiful woman in a long green dress. She was tall and graceful, with a pure and beautiful face. Although she didn't wear any makeup or jewelry, it couldn't hide her natural beauty. Moreover, she had an innate noble and demure temperament, like an orchid in an empty valley, quiet and fragrant. She was Nsuan, who had just become a heavenly consort not long ago. Nsuan stood under the ancient tree, her clear eyes staring at the sparkling lake. Her expression was as calm as water, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. A gentle breeze blew against her face, causing her long hair to sway and dance gently. However, this beautiful lake couldn't dispel the melancholy in her eyes or the melancholy in her heart. And the person who could make her feel melancholy was her lover, her current husband, the Son of Heaven, Long Yunxiao. The imperial court had already held a grand wedding for her and the Son of Heaven, and had even invited all the powerful cultivators of the human race to attend the ceremony. Now that she was a well-known heavenly consort, all the women in the world were envious of her. After the wedding, the Son of Heaven even brought her into the monarch's residence. She wasn't the imperial son, but she was able to live and cultivate in the monarch's residence as a heavenly consort. It was a most fortunate thing and an honor for her. She ought to be happy and proud. But now, she couldn't feel happy at all. When the Son of Heaven chose her as his heavenly consort, she had a premonition that she would become the heavenly consort who was closest to others, but farthest from others. Now, her premonition had finally come true. On the night of the wedding, the emperor would rather drink himself into a stupor in the study room than return to his room to sleep. The emperor didn't even remove her red veil and let her sit in her room for the whole night. Although the emperor brought her into the emperor's mansion, he never looked for her again after settling her down. Half a month had passed. And Suan's uneasiness and melancholy grew stronger and stronger. Therefore, she came to Yunxiu Lake early in the morning to relax. Unknowingly, Suan had been standing under the tree by the lake for more than 2 hours without moving a single step. At this moment, in the sky not far behind her, there was a clear chirp of a bird and a woman's voice. Aren't you sister? This crisp female voice broke the tranquility of the lakeside. And Suan snapped out of her daze and turned her head to look behind her. She saw a spiritual bird with pure white feathers flying towards her. Standing on the back of the spirit bird was a woman wearing a long dress, a jade crown, and a golden hairpin. That woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Compared to Suan, she wasn't inferior. The only difference was that their temperaments were different. When Suan saw her face clearly, she was also startled. A trace of surprise appeared on her charming face. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, that white spirit bird flew to the lakeside and landed. The woman in the palace dress jumped onto the grass by the lakeside and walked towards Suan. Sister? Oh no, I should call you heavenly consort now. The woman in the palace dress arrived in front of Suan and bowed. She asked with a smile, Heavenly consort, why are you here? Suan looked at the woman in the palace dress and frowned in confusion. She asked, Huixin, why are you in the emperor's mansion? Without a doubt, the woman in the palace dress was Lan Huixin. She saw that Suan's expression was strange and seemed to be deeply worried. She asked with concern, Heavenly consort, you just got married to the emperor. This is a joyous occasion for the whole world to celebrate. You don't seem to be happy. Could it be that something happened? When Suan heard Lan Huixin's words, her lips curled into a self-mocking smile. She shook her head lightly and said, Little sister Huixin, don't call me heavenly consort. You should just call me sister. And Lan Huixin widened her eyes slightly and revealed a puzzled expression. Sister, and what's wrong? Could it be that you and the emperor quarreled? Suan shook her head again and said calmly, The emperor is incomparably honorable. He's also my husband. How could I quarrel with him? Lan Huixin revealed a concerned expression and pretended to be worried. She said, Sisterin, you must have something on your mind for you to come to Yunxiu Lake alone to relax. If you don't mind, why don't you tell little sister about it? Perhaps you'll feel better after you say it. Suan was indeed feeling depressed. She couldn't find anyone to talk to. At this moment, she saw that Lan Huixin was full of concern. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Thank you for your concern, little sister. It's just that I've been alone for too long and that's why I'm feeling depressed. Everyone knows that a heavenly concubine has an honorable status. To be able to live together with the emperor is a marriage that's cultivated over 3 lifetimes. However, the world doesn't know that when you love someone without any reservations, but that person treats you like a dispensable decoration, what kind of situation and feeling is that? Suan opened up her heart and slowly told Lan Huixin the words that had been bottled up in her heart for a long time. Lan Huixin listened quietly and comforted her from time to time. She appeared to be very gentle and kind. She was also quite concerned about Suan. However, Suan didn't notice that in the depths of Lan Huixin's eyes, there was a hint of a sneer that was gloating over Suan's misfortune. The more Suan was ignored, the more depressed she felt. Lan Huixin, on the other hand, became happier and more relieved. Compared to Yun Yao, Lan Huixin hated Suan even more. After all, Suan became a heavenly concubine and snatched away the position that she yearned for even in her dreams. After a long time, Insuan finally finished speaking the words in her heart and vented her depression. Only then did she calm down. She turned her head to look at Lan Huixin and said with a sincere expression, "Younger sister Huixin, thank you for accompanying me to relax and listen to me nag about these things." Lan Huixin hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Older sisterin, you're too polite. Actually, I can't help you much. This is a matter of your relationship with the emperor. If you want to untie the knot in your heart, you must muster up the courage to speak to the emperor clearly. After all, you're now a legitimate heavenly concubine. You don't have to swallow your anger and compromise like this anymore." And Suan shook her head slightly and said with a bitter smile, "I actually want to have a good talk with the emperor and let him understand my feelings. However, ever since I entered the monarch estate, I haven't seen him again. Every time I go to find him, the guards say that he's in closed-door cultivation." Hearing this, Lan Huixin immediately frowned and said doubtfully, "That's impossible. In this half a month, I've already seen the emperor several times." Chapter 648. However, Lan Huixin quickly stopped halfway through her sentence and did not continue speaking. When Insuan heard this, her body trembled and her face turned pale. Her emotions, which she had finally managed to calm down, were instantly thrown into chaos. She only felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it had been stabbed by a sword. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. When Lan Huixin saw her reaction, she hurriedly waved her small hands and explained anxiously, "Big sisterin, I didn't say anything just now. Don't take it to heart." And Suan's heart had already been stabbed by a sword. How could she not take it to heart? She took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in her heart. She tried her best to remain calm and asked, "Little sister Huixin, is what you said just now true? Why does the Son of Heaven visit Yunyao every 2 or 3 days? How do you know?" Lan Huixin pretended to be hesitant and remained silent. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. And Suan patiently asked, "Little sister Huixin, the Son of Heaven is infatuated with Yunyao. This is something everyone knows. You don't have to worry about it. There's no harm in saying it." Lan Huixin nodded and said with a serious expression, "I was able to enter the monarch estate because I was saved by Yunyao. I stayed by her side as a female official and managed the maids in Yunyao's palace. I know very well who goes in and out of Yunyao's palace every day. In the past 2 months, the Son of Heaven would come to Yunyao's palace every few days to find Yunyao. I saw this with my own eyes. Every time they met, they would stay in a secret room for about half a day. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter the secret room. I don't know what they're doing either." When she heard this, Ansuan's body trembled again and her face turned as pale as paper. Her heart hurt even more. Her vision turned black and she almost couldn't stand straight. A man and a woman alone in a room, and no one is allowed to see them. What else can they do? Ansuan revealed a bitter and cold smile. Her aura became desolate. It was obvious that she was heartbroken. Lan Huixin hurriedly supported her and muttered angrily, "Big sisterin, you're a heavenly consort now. You can't continue to endure this. Otherwise, you'll be even more miserable in the future. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't sit by and do nothing about this. After all, the emperor has already taken you as his concubine, and he still has an affair with another woman. This is really immoral and damaging to the dignity of the imperial court. Although I also think that it's inappropriate for them to do this, I don't have the right to talk to the emperor, nor do I dare to criticize Yunyao. After all, I'm her servant." Ansuan's heart was filled with despair, and a strong sense of anger began to well up within it. After hearing Lan Huixin's words, she nodded with a determined expression and said, "That's right. Although I love the Son of Heaven deeply, I will not compromise to this extent. I'm going to look for Yunyao now and talk to her face to face." As soon as she finished speaking, Insuan turned around and prepared to leave Yunxiu Lake and head towards Yunyao Palace. Lan Huixin hurriedly pulled her towards the spirit beasts and birds by the shore. "Sisterin, it just so happens that I'm also going back to Yunyao Palace. Let me take you there." And Suan didn't say anything. She only nodded. Soon after, The two of them left Yunxiu Lake on the spirit beasts and flew towards Yunyao Palace. About an hour later, the spirit beasts and birds landed outside Yunyao Palace. After the two of them landed, Lan Huixin hurriedly instructed Ensuan, "Sister-in, I'm going back to the palace first. Come visit me later. If Yunyao asks, you mustn't say that I told her. I'm now her official. If she finds out that I told you these things, she definitely won't let me off." Ensuan nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Sister Huixin, don't worry. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to tell me these things. Of course, I'll keep it a secret for you." Lan Huixin was finally relieved. She stepped through the gates of Yunyao Palace and returned to the palace. Ensuan stood outside the palace for about a quarter of an hour. Then, she walked up to the main gate and informed the guards of her purpose for coming. "Go report to Miss Yunyao. Tell her that Heavenly Consort Ensuan has come to visit and wants to talk to her face to face. Heavenly Consort, please wait here for a moment." The guards bowed and hurriedly entered the palace to report the news. Ensuan stood outside the gates and waited patiently. Not long after, the guards returned and led her into Yunyao Palace. They walked towards the reception hall. When she entered the hall, she saw that Yunyao was already sitting at the head of the table. Yunyao was looking at her with a calm expression. Yunyao didn't know that Heavenly Consort was coming. "Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." Yunyao stood up and bowed when she saw Ensuan enter the hall. She then instructed the maid beside her, "Prepare a seat for Heavenly Consort and serve her tea." Ensuan walked into the hall and stood still. She looked at Yunyao coldly and said in an indifferent tone, "No need. I'm only here to talk to you face to face. I'll leave once I'm done." Yunyao frowned slightly when she saw Ensuan's reaction. She was secretly puzzled. It seems like Ensuan came with ill intentions. But I didn't offend her? Thinking up to this point, she waved her hand and dismissed the maids in the hall. "You're all dismissed." After the maids left, only Yunyao and Ensuan were left in the hall. At this moment, Ensuan finally spoke. "Miss Yunyao, everyone knows that the Emperor is infatuated with you. Why don't you accept him?" Yunyao's expression changed slightly. She frowned and asked in the same indifferent tone, "Heavenly Consort, did you come here today to denounce me? I have nothing to do with the Emperor, nor do I have any romantic feelings for him. Why should I accept him?" Ensuan gave a cold humph. She sneered and said, "Fine. Since you have nothing to do with the Emperor, then why are you still in contact with him? Why do you have a private relationship with him? Everyone knows that Yunyao is as cold as ice and frost. She's like a celestial fairy who doesn't eat the food of mortals. I didn't expect that this is just the ignorance of the world. They don't know the true nature of a celestial fairy and would actually do such a disgraceful thing that damages the dignity of the imperial court." Although Ensuan spoke elegantly, the meaning behind her words was obviously scolding her for being shameless and seducing the emperor, Long Yunxiao. Even though Yunyao was an indifferent and cold celestial fairy, she was still infuriated by Ensuan's words. Her expression turned cold and a cold light flashed through her eyes. She shouted in a low voice, "Heavenly Consort, have you ever thought of the consequences of framing me without distinguishing right from wrong? Not to mention you, even if Long Yunxiao was here, he wouldn't dare to sully my chastity." Ensuan gave tit for tat and sneered, "He, the Emperor loves you. Of course he wouldn't bear to criticize you like this. However, I want to make it clear to you today. No matter what kind of entanglement you had with the Emperor, it's all in the past. Since I've already become the Heavenly Consort, I definitely won't tolerate you having private dealings with the Emperor. If you really have nothing to do with the Emperor, then you should make a clean break with him and keep yourself clean. Although this is a private matter between the three of us, it's also related to the dignity of the imperial court and the human race. I hope you can conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, no one will be able to clean up this mess. We'll definitely become the laughingstock of the world. That's all I have to say. Please behave yourself." Chapter 649. Yunyao sat on the seat of honor and watched Ensuan's departing figure. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with anger. Early in the morning, Xianxia came to Yunyao Palace to look for her and scolded her to her face. She even gave her a warning. However, she didn't do anything and never had any private interactions with Long Yunxiao. Xianxia's words were completely baffling to her, and she felt incomparably wronged. What the hell was this? Yunyao was so angry that she couldn't breathe properly. She sat on the throne for a long time before she finally calmed down. 15 minutes later, she suppressed her anger. Her expression and temperament returned to normal, and she became as cold as ice again. She stood up and walked out of the main hall, about to leave Yunyao Palace. When she walked out of the main hall, she happened to meet the female official, Lan Huixin. Lan Huixin saw that her aura was cold and her expression was indifferent. She quickly went up to her and asked with concern, "Big Sister Yun, what happened? Where are you going?" Yunyao glanced at her and said calmly, "It's nothing. I'm going to Tianxing Palace to discuss some important matters with Imperial Prince Tianxing. No matter who comes to visit today, they will all be rejected." After saying that, she rode her spirit crane into the sky and rushed towards Tianxing Palace. Lan Huixin stood at the entrance of the main hall and watched the spirit crane fly into the distance. Her lips curled into a sneer. "After being scolded by that silly woman Xianxia, you're going to complain to Ji Tianxing with a heart full of grievances? I'd like to see if Xianxia can still keep her position as heavenly consort after the three of you make a fuss." When Yunyao arrived at Tianxing Palace, it was already close to noon. The guards guarding Tianxing Palace's entrance were very familiar with her. When they saw her, they immediately opened the door to welcome her. The guards led Yunyao into Tianxing Palace. They didn't go to the reception hall and went straight to Ji Tianxing's study. Not long after Yunyao waited in the study, Ji Tianxing rushed over after hearing the news. When Ji Tianxing stepped into the study, Yunyao's eyes stared at him. She carefully sized him up and immediately revealed a look of surprise. Although Ji Tianxing was dressed as usual, wearing a white robe with cloud patterns and a clear jade belt around his waist, he appeared to be in high spirits and extraordinarily handsome. However, Yunyao could clearly feel that Ji Tianxing's aura had become even more domineering and fierce. It seemed that his power had improved again. At this moment, Ji Tianxing walked over and sat down in front of her. He smiled and asked, "Yao Yao, what are you looking at? It's only been a few days and you don't recognize me anymore?" Yunyao ignored his teasing and asked seriously, "Tianxing, I haven't seen you for a few days. It seems that your cultivation has made a breakthrough again?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. On my way back from Azure Wood City, I was ambushed by 2 Devil King powerhouses. After I came back, I went into seclusion to cultivate. After 6 days and 6 nights of seclusion, I finally broke through to the 4th level of Sky Origin stage." Hearing this, Yunyao was shocked. She praised with a complicated tone, "It's only been 2 months since you broke through to the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Tianxing, the speed of your growth is really unprecedented in the past and will never be surpassed." Although Ji Tianxing accidentally created another miracle, which made his sweetheart shocked and praised him, he wasn't arrogant. However, he wasn't arrogant and complacent. He calmly explained, "Yao Yao, you know how powerful the sword god is. I have the bloodline of Kenshin, so my cultivation speed is much faster than ordinary geniuses. For me, there is no bottleneck from the 1st level to the 9th level. It's a smooth journey. Only when I break through a level, I will encounter a bottleneck and spend more time." Luckily, Yunyao and Ji Tianxing had known each other for a long time. She had seen him turn from a useless young master to a peerless genius. She was shocked by Ji Tianxing too many times. She had gradually gotten used to his monstrous talent and the miracles he created. The two chatted for a while. Ji Tianxing asked seriously, "Yao Yao, why did you come to see me?" Yunyao said seriously, "This morning, someone from the Hidden Cloud Pavilion reported to me that they found out about the Duanmu clan. I don't know what happened to the Duanmu clan. The First Lady couldn't bear the pain of losing her son. She suddenly lost her mind and stabbed Duanmu Huang. She was locked up in the clan's forbidden area. The position of the First Lady of the Duanmu clan is vacant. The clan has been in a bit of chaos recently. It's not peaceful. When Ji Tianxing heard the news, he was stunned for a moment before he revealed a playful smile. Duanwu Yulong has been dead for 3 months. If the First Lady couldn't bear the pain of losing her son, she would have gone crazy long ago. How could she only go crazy now? It seems that the Duanmu clan has started to fight among themselves. The First Lady obviously lost. Yun Yao nodded and said, "That's right. The more they fight among themselves, the more advantageous it is for us. The internal strife will gradually weaken the Duanmu clan's power. It will also make Duanmu Huang busy and unable to deal with our plan." Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment. Then he said seriously, "Let's wait and see. Let them fight among themselves. Yao Yao, tell the Hidden Cloud Pavilion to keep an eye on the Duanmu clan. If there's any news, tell me as soon as possible. As for the next plan, we'll act according to the situation." The two had just finished discussing business when hurried footsteps were heard outside the study. Then, Ji Ke's voice sounded outside the door. "Big Brother Tianxing, something bad has happened." Ji Tianxing frowned. He waved his hand and released a golden light to open the door. Ji Ke rushed into the study anxiously and quickly said, "Big Brother Tianxing, Yene is missing." Hearing this news, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's expressions changed, and they stood up. "Yener's missing? What's going on? Where did he go? When did he go missing?" Ji Ke quickly explained. "Yesterday morning, junior brother Yen went to Zhongzhou City to contact the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's people and send them information as usual. He should have come back last night, but he hasn't come back yet. I contacted Steward Li of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, but Steward Li said that Yen didn't go to receive any information yesterday." Upon hearing this, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao immediately understood that something must have happened to Yen. The two of them walked out of the study without hesitation and quickly rushed outside. Ji Ke quickly followed and wanted to look for Yen with them. However, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and told her, "Ke, Yao Yao and I will go to Zhongzhou City to look for Yen. You stay in Tianxing Palace and don't leave. Wait for our news." Ji Ke had no choice but to stay in Tianxing Palace. She said worriedly, "Big Brother Tianxing, you must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you." Ji Tianxing nodded and summoned Qian Yu from the 100 Treasures brocade pouch. He and Yun Yao rode Qian Yu out of Tianxing Palace and rushed to the exit of the Monarch Mansion. After the two of them left the Monarch Mansion and entered Zhongzhou City, they first rushed to the branch of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion and asked Steward Li about the specific situation. Chapter 650. The Hidden Cloud Pavilion was an intelligence organization nurtured by the Yun family. It was best at gathering information, investigating clues, and assassinating. The Yun family had set up 3 branches of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion in Zhongzhou City, with more than 300 secret agents stationed there. Deacon Li was in charge of the Southern City branch, with more than 100 secret agents working under him. After receiving Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's orders, Deacon Li immediately sent half of his men to investigate in the city. In everyone's eyes, Yen Er's route from the Monarch Mansion to the Southern City branch was fixed. Moreover, Yen Er had important matters to attend to, so he wouldn't wander around the city. He went missing on the way to the Southern City branch, narrowing the scope of the investigation. They should be able to find him soon. Deacon Li saw that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were full of worries, so he comforted them. "Eldest Miss, young Master Ji, please rest assured. The secret agents will definitely be able to find the news in 12 hours at most. Please don't be impatient and wait patiently for a while." Ji Tianxing nodded and asked Deacon Li to withdraw for the time being. He and Yun Yao stayed in the secret chamber, quietly waiting for the results. Time passed by quietly and 12 hours passed quickly. However, the secret agents hadn't found the result yet. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao both realized that the situation was not good. Yen Er's disappearance was probably very complicated. Yun Yao called Deacon Li and asked him about the situation. Deacon Li's expression was a bit solemn and he said in a low and deep voice, "Eldest Miss, this matter is very complicated. The other party did it very covertly and their methods are very clever. According to this subordinate's estimation, The other party is most likely an assassin who is proficient in ambushes and assassinations, and it was premeditated long ago. Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and asked, Deacon Li, in that case, you can conclude that Yen was kidnapped by the assassin? Deacon Li quickly nodded and said, That's right. Those assassins are not weak and their methods are very ingenious. Even with the strength of our hidden cloud pavilion, it's difficult to find the result in a short time. Yun Yao frowned and muttered to herself, There are only a few assassin organizations that can be compared to the hidden cloud pavilion. Who could have done it? She and Ji Tianxing looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they had guessed the result. If it wasn't done by the demon race, then it was most likely done by the Duanmu clan. Deacon Li nodded again and said, That's right. According to the information sent back by the spies, this subordinate also thinks that the Duanmu clan is the most suspicious. Previously, we investigated that there were a few experts from the Soul Herding Hall who appeared near the Wufeng Manor and hid in the dark for 3 days. Just now, I have already ordered the spies to focus on investigating Wufeng Zhuang. I believe there will be results soon. Hearing Deacon Li's words, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao felt slightly relieved. The two of them suppressed their worries and waited patiently in the secret chamber for another 6 hours. Finally, Deacon Li rushed to the secret room again and reported the news in a hurry. Reporting to Mr. Ji, the spies have already investigated the results. Yesterday morning, Yen was attacked near the Wufeng Manor and was captured by the experts of the Soul Herding Hall. Those experts of the Soul Herding Hall captured Yen in the Black Cloud Alley and then disappeared completely. Hearing this result, Yun Yao suddenly frowned and asked doubtfully, Yen was captured in the Black Cloud Alley? Why did the people of the Soul Herding Hall go there? Deacon Li shook his head with a dignified expression. This subordinate doesn't know, but this subordinate has sent people into the underground dark city and is doing his best to investigate. When Ji Tianxing heard the two unfamiliar names Black Cloud Alley and Underground Dark City, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. What does the Underground Dark City mean? Yun Yao motioned Deacon Li to retreat and patiently explained to Ji Tianxing, Tianxing, you just came to Zhongzhou City not long ago and have been busy with cultivation, so you haven't heard of the Underground Dark City. The Underground Dark City is a dark underground city hidden under the surface of Zhongzhou City. Speaking of the origin of this underground dark city, it has to be traced back to the ancient times. At that time, the demon army swept the world and almost occupied the entire continent. The demon army besieged Zhongzhou City. The experts of the human race, demon race and water race fought desperately and launched an earth-shattering war. In that earth-shattering war, more than half of Zhongzhou City was destroyed and turned into a dilapidated city. The earth in a radius of hundreds of miles turned into an abyss. The remaining half of Zhongzhou City also sank into the abyss and was swallowed by the darkness. Many years later, the demon army was defeated by the alliance of various races and retreated to the northern desert. They retreated and recuperated. The monarch mansion built this Zhongzhou City on the abyss and let Zhongzhou return to peace and tranquility. After listening to Yun Yao's explanation, Ji Tianxing nodded and said, So that's how it is. Now under this Zhongzhou City, there is an abandoned ancient city from the ancient times. However, thousands of years have passed. Didn't that underground abandoned ancient city turn into ruins long ago? Yun Yao shook her head lightly and explained, In the ancient times, although that ancient city was not as prosperous as today's Zhongzhou City, it was still the most majestic city under the heavens. Although more than half of that ancient city was destroyed and sunk deep underground, many ancient buildings were still preserved and there were many broken formations protecting it. So far, the abandoned ancient city was still preserved. Many martial artists from all walks of life lived there, and there were also many evil people hiding there. That abandoned ancient city became a place to hide evil. It was full of darkness and murderous aura, so it was called the Underground Dark City. There are several entrances to the Underground Dark City. Black Cloud Alley is one of the entrances. Ji Tianxing roughly understood what kind of place the Underground Dark City was. He asked with a grave expression. Since the underground dark city is so dark and violent, Yin was captured by Soul Shepherd Hall's people. His situation must be very dangerous. However, why didn't Soul Shepherd Hall's people take him back to Duanmu family's Qingmu city, but instead to the underground dark city? Yun Yao frowned and thought for a moment. She said in a low voice, Duanmu family controls half of the medicine business in the Zhongzhou continent. Of course, their power has penetrated the underground dark city. I remember that Duanmu family has a shadow palace in the underground dark city. It specializes in selling and trading some materials and poisons that are strictly prohibited by the imperial court. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said in a cold voice, So, Yen is likely to be captured to the shadow palace? What are we waiting for? Let's enter the underground dark city now and go to the shadow palace to rescue Yen. Yun Yao shook her head gently and said, Tianxing, don't be impatient. Let's wait for the news from the hidden cloud pavilion first. The two continued to wait. Very quickly, another 6 hours passed. So far, the two had been waiting for a whole day. Deacon Li entered the secret room again and reported respectfully, Young Miss, Young Master Ji, the spies have investigated clearly. Yen was indeed captured to the underground dark city. He was taken into a dilapidated manor and never appeared again. Chapter 651. The result of Deacon Li's report caused Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao to be stunned for a moment. Yen was captured and brought into a dilapidated manor? He was actually not captured and brought to the Umbra Palace. What exactly does the Duanmu clan want to do? The two of them glanced at each other in confusion, then hurriedly stood up and left the secret room to rush towards Black Cloud Alley. Deacon Li originally wanted to send a team of spies to protect them, but Ji Tianxing refused. The spies of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion are mostly at the 7th or 8th level of the Origin Core stage, and are utterly unable to be of any help. Deacon Li, you only need to send a spy to lead the way for us. Since Ji Tianxing had spoken, Deacon Li naturally did as he was told, and sent a young spy that was astute and agile to lead the way for Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. The three of them left the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's branch and rushed towards Black Cloud Alley with their fastest speed. After an hour, the three of them arrived at Black Cloud Alley. When Ji Tianxing saw the situation in the alley clearly, he only felt disbelief. This was a dirty and old alley, and both sides of the alley were low earthen houses, tiled houses, and wooden sheds. The ground was full of potholes and was covered in muddy water. Walking in the alley, Ji Tianxing saw over 10 martial artists in ragged clothes that had disheveled hair and collapsed under the eaves of the sheds by the side of the road. There were also a few martial artists that wore tattered armor that walked out from the depths of the alley, and their footsteps were unsteady as they limped through the muddy water. They hadn't even walked close when the stench of alcohol assaulted their nostrils, causing them to raise their eyebrows. These were obviously a few drunkards. Ji Tianxing found it hard to believe that there was actually such a dirty, disorderly, and vile alley in the flourishing central continent city. If it wasn't for Yun Yao telling him that the depths of Black Cloud Alley was the entrance to the underground city, he would truly suspect that he had entered the slums. The three of them calmly and quietly passed through the alley, and after walking for over 1,000 meters, they arrived at the end of Black Cloud Alley. Before them was a low and old house, and the dilapidated door was dyed with dark red bloodstains. There were 2 huge red lanterns hanging at the door, which were still lit with a dim yellow light. Ji Tianxing walked into the house, past the fake mountains and pond in the courtyard, and arrived at the dimly lit hall. A stooped old man in a black robe with white hair and beard silently appeared behind the three of them. "Young man, this is not a place you should be." A low and hoarse voice rang out. It contained an eerie ghostly aura, causing people to feel a chill down their backs. Ji Tianxing turned his head and couldn't help but frown when he saw the appearance of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was hunched over. His face was pale and bloodless. He was missing an eye, and there were several hideous sword wounds. His ears were also bald, as if they had been shaved off. Such a stooped old man with skin as dry as tree bark and a terrifying face looked like a mummy that had crawled out of a grave. However, Yun Yao had told Ji Tianxing that this black-robed old man was the legendary ghost servant, one of the gatekeepers of the Dark City. No one knew the ghost servant's cultivation level. He only had an eerie ghostly aura around him, which made him seem unfathomable. However, even a Sky Origin Stage 6 or 7 powerhouse wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of the ghost servant. "Senior, we have something to do in the Dark City. Please make an exception." Ji Tianxing bowed to the ghost servant. After explaining the purpose of their visit, he handed over 3 spiritual stones. The ghost servant glanced at Ji Tianxing with his empty eye and grinned with his sparse teeth. "Hee, little guy, you're quite sensible." He reached out his shriveled hand and took the 3 spiritual stones and put them into his interspatial ring. Then he led Ji Tianxing and the other 2 out of the hall and walked into a dark secret room. On the floor of the secret room, there was an extremely complicated and mysterious array. When the ghost servant opened the array, an underground passage appeared on the ground. The entrance of the cave was dark and cold. It was obviously leading to the Dark City. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and the young secret agent entered the underground passage one by one. They walked along the dark and cold passage and went underground. The passage was winding and it was unknown how far it went underground. Until 2 hours later, when a bridge appeared in front of the passage, there was some light in the surroundings. Ji Tianxing walked to the dark stone bridge and looked around. He couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Under his feet was a black arch bridge that was hundreds of meters long. Under the bridge was a large river that was hundreds of meters wide. In the river, there was turbulent black water flowing endlessly, making a rumbling sound. Above his head was a dome that was thousands of meters high. That was the rock layer under the continent's central city. In the distance, there was an empty and dark sky. A dark red moon was floating in the sky, sprinkling down a dim light red light. The earth in the distance was very desolate. There were collapsed city walls, attics and halls, collapsed houses, and huge statues half hidden in the mud. The various scenes that he saw all showed how glorious this abandoned ancient city used to be. Ji Tianxing stood on the arch bridge and looked for a while. Then he crossed the stone bridge. Under the guidance of the young secret agent, he walked into the depths of the Dark City. Along the way, he saw the dilapidated palaces and pavilions in all directions. There were mysterious martial artists coming in and out. Most people acted alone, wearing a wide robe and a cloak that covered their face, hiding their true face. Even if they didn't wear a cloak, they would wear a mask. Everyone was in a hurry and never talked to strangers. Inside those ruined buildings, there were many places for people to trade and sell their wares. While hurrying, Yun Yao said to Ji Tianxing with spiritual sense sound transmission, "Tianxing, although the Dark City is gloomy and terrible, full of darkness and violence, there are many experts here. It can be said that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. You have to be careful here. Although it is full of a large number of evil and vicious things that are strictly prohibited from circulating, there are also many rare treasures. Some rare treasures often appear. The experts of the major forces in Zhongzhou City will also change their appearance and quietly come here to fish for treasures, or to buy rare materials and so on." On the way, Yun Yao introduced the Dark City to Ji Tianxing in detail. Ji Tianxing remembered her words, thinking that it might be useful in the future. Half an hour later, the young secret agent took the 2 of them to the outside of an ancient and dilapidated manor. This manor covered an area of 2,000 meters. It should have been a magnificent, noble, and illustrious mansion. However, the war in ancient times caused half of the mansion to collapse. Many houses and palaces had collapsed, turning into mud and gravel on the ground, revealing pieces of broken fences and walls. The ground paved with black slabs was cracked with numerous gullies, and many piles of gravel were scattered. The whole manor was silent and dark. There was no light at all, like a lifeless dead land. Chapter 652. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were hiding in a dark corner outside the manor. The 3 of them secretly observed for a while. The manor was still dead silent, and there was no trace of light or shadow. Ji Tianxing was worried about Yen Er's safety, so he decided to take action. He instructed the young secret agent, "You stay here and keep a lookout outside the manor. Be ready to help us at any time." The young secret agent cupped his hands and bowed. He used his spiritual sense to send a voice transmission. After that, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao restrained their auras and quietly sneaked into the dilapidated manor. They moved towards the depths of the manor. Both of their movements were light and cautious. They did not make any sound. After 15 minutes, both of them passed through the ruins and arrived at the depths of the manor. They arrived outside a huge black palace. This palace was the main hall of the manor. Although the walls were covered with cracks, the entire palace was slightly tilted and looked like it was about to collapse. However, Ji Tianxing detected that this palace was protected by the Heaven Origin Grand Formation, and there were martial artists' auras in the palace. Not only that, but there were also 3 gloomy and dark true origin fluctuations hidden in a few old houses at the back of the palace. Ji Tianxing turned his head to look at Yun Yao and sent a voice transmission. "Yao Yao, there are 4 hidden sentries at the back of the palace. However, they are only at the 8th level of the origin core stage. There's nothing to worry about. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go and deal with them first before I can break the palace's defensive grand formation." Yun Yao nodded and sent a voice transmission. "Tianxing, be careful." Ji Tianxing nodded silently. His figure flashed and flew out. After 2 breaths of time, he moved to the back of the palace and was near a few houses in the ruins. When he got closer, he used his spiritual sense to scan clearly. There were a total of 5 houses that were relatively well preserved, and 4 of them were occupied. The 4 martial artists were wearing black robes. There were soft armor and heart protection mirrors under their robes. They also carried treasured swords, concealed weapons, and crossbows. They were fully equipped. Moreover, the robes of these 4 people were embroidered with the same pattern and pattern. Their auras were similarly gloomy and contained the smell of blood. Even though the 4 of them were meditating in the room, they were still on guard at all times. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing frowned slightly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Looks like these 4 fellows are the assassins of the Soul Shepherd Hall, the ones who captured Yenin." Relying on his strength, killing 4 8th-level origin core stage experts was simply easy. However, it was very difficult to do it without alerting the experts and powerhouses in the palace. Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment and immediately had an idea. Earth Emperor's Shield. He muttered in his heart and quietly used his Earth Elemental True Essence to burrow into the ground. He controlled the power of Earth True Essence and quietly moved underground without any hindrance. He was like a fish swimming in water. In a short span of 10 breaths, he swam 100 meters underground and came to the ground of a house. The Soul Shepherd Hall assassin in the house was still meditating on the bed and didn't notice the approaching danger in the slightest. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing emerged from the wall behind the assassin. He appeared soundlessly like a ghost. At this moment, he was only a step away from the Soul Shepherd Hall assassin. He stretched out his right hand like lightning and grabbed towards the assassin's neck. Crack! Along with the sound of bones shattering, this assassin's neck was instantly broken by Ji Tianxing, and he died on the spot. Until the moment of his death, he still didn't understand what had happened. The assassin's body slowly fell down onto the bed without a sound. Blood was still flowing out from his mouth and nose. And at this moment, Ji Tianxing had already left silently. He moved another 20 steps underground and entered the next room. The black-robed assassin in this room faintly heard a light sound and revealed a puzzled expression. He had just opened his eyes. However, he didn't realize that a person had appeared out of thin air from the dark brown wall behind him. Crack! Another sound of bones shattering was heard. This assassin's neck was also broken by Ji Tianxing. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Then, Ji Tianxing sneaked into the 3rd and 4th rooms and assassinated the remaining 2 assassins. Although the 2 assassins were alert, they didn't know what had happened. Before they could react, Ji Tianxing appeared like a ghost and silently took their lives. Ji Tianxing easily took care of the 4 assassins from the Hall of Soul Husbandry without making too much noise. He quietly left the house and returned to Yun Yao's side. Yun Yao quickly asked via voice transmission, "Tianxing, have you taken care of them?" Ji Tianxing nodded and replied via voice transmission, "Yes, all 4 Soul Shepherd Hall assassins have been killed." Then, he took Yun Yao and sneaked into the ruins on the side of the palace. He observed the defensive formation silently and thought of a way to break it. After observing for a while, he frowned doubtfully and thought to himself, "The defensive formation of this palace isn't a remnant formation from the ancient times. It was set up in recent years. Strange, this is just an ordinary low-grade heaven origin formation. Could it be that the experts in this palace have very ordinary attainments in formations?" Ji Tianxing was puzzled and raised his vigilance. He explained the situation to Yun Yao. Then, he performed a secret formation technique and started to break the formation. The low-grade heaven origin formation was very easy for a formation grandmaster like him. It wasn't even worth mentioning. In just a few minutes, he broke a hole in the defensive formation. Sush, sush. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao went through the hole in the formation and entered the defensive formation. Although the palace had a black iron gate, they didn't go through the gate. They went through the window of one of the rooms on the first floor and directly entered the palace. The interior of the palace was dilapidated and very old. It was full of cracks and piles of gravel and debris. The air was filled with a damp and rotten smell. It was nauseating. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao both had the strength of heaven origin stage. They held their breath and quickly shuttled through the palace, searching for traces of yen. Both of them released their spirit senses to explore the situation around. They didn't miss any room or secret room, even the underground. Not long after, they searched the entire first floor of the palace but found nothing. They just went up to the second floor of the palace and entered a spacious hall. They were about to use their spirit senses to search. At this time, Ji Tianxing suddenly saw 4 statues standing in the 4 dark corners of the hall. Each statue was more than 3 meters tall. They were dark brown all over and the carvings were lifelike. They didn't look like remnants from the ancient times. In terms of appearance, the 4 statues were all of the demon clan. Half of them were like humans and the other half were like eagles. Ji Tianxing stepped toward one of the statues and prepared to observe it closely. However, the statue suddenly moved and opened its eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden bright eyes. Chapter 653. Ji Tianxing saw that the black stone on the surface of the statue was cracking and falling to the floor. In just a few breaths, the statue completely shattered, revealing a 3-meter-tall harpy with a robust and powerful body. This demon had the head of a human and the body of an eagle. It had the wings and sharp claws of an eagle, but it also had a pair of arms similar to that of a human. It stared down at Ji Tianxing with an evil sneer in its golden eyes. "Human kid, how dare you break into the Wandering Soul's fortress and disturb our sleep? You are courting death." The harpies opened their sharp beaks and spoke the human language with a strange accent. At the same time, the other 3 statues in the corner of the hall cracked and showed 3 harpies with the same fierce vibes. The 4 harpies stared at Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao coldly, slowly approaching the center of the hall. Yun Yao was holding the cold moon sword, standing side by side with Ji Tianxing, looking around alertly. "Tianxing, this is the golden eye winged man. It is fast and powerful. It is good at fighting. It is said that this race was wiped out 1,000 years ago. There are only a few golden eye winged men left. I didn't expect to see 4 of them here." "Golden eye winged men?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and casually said, "They are just 4 sky origin stage level 2 beasts. What is there to be afraid of?" He coldly stared at the golden eye winged man and asked, "2 days ago, did the Hall of Soul Husbandry catch a human boy and keep him here?" The golden eye winged man showed a mocking look. "Kid, what is the Hall of Soul Husbandry? I have never heard of it. As for the human boy, I have eaten him long ago. He was delicious. Since you 2 are here, I'm going to have a good meal today." Although Ji Tianxing could tell that the golden-eyed winged being was lying, he was still enraged. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You are courting death," Ji Tianxing shouted and suddenly waved his hand to shoot out a fiery sword light toward the golden-eye winged man, Red Dragon Flash. The 10-meter-long fiery sword light lit up the spacious hall like a fiery dragon. It was about to hit the golden-eye winged man. The golden-eye winged man's pupils shrank. His body was covered with golden light, and he quickly dodged aside. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Ji Tianxing's Red Dragon Flash. Bang! With a muffled sound, Crimson Dragon Flash pierced through the chest of the golden-eyed winged man, shattering his heart and internal organs. Its 3-meter-tall body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering in the corner of the hall. Suddenly, the air smelled blood of the golden eye. The other 3 golden-eyed winged beings were smirking coldly, thinking about how to torture Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Suddenly, they saw that their companion had been killed by a sword strike. The 3 of them were stunned, and their golden eyes were filled with horror. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Tianxing used the Golden Emperor Slash and charged toward the other golden-eyed winged man with unparalleled ferocity. Yun Yao also waved her Cold Moon Sword and used the Heavenly Star 5 swords. She slashed out 5 huge sword lights and attacked the golden-eye winged man on the left. The 3 golden-eye winged men finally came back to their senses and roared angrily. They flapped their wings and used a secret technique. They shot out sharp blades of light and shadow to block the attacks of the 2 people. The saber lights and sword shadows of the 2 sides clashed fiercely, creating a loud rumbling sound that reverberated in the hall. An incomparably violent shockwave fiercely struck the hall, causing huge cracks to appear on the ground and walls. The entire palace also shook violently. Ji Tianxing's golden eye slash was unstoppable. It cut through all obstacles and hit a golden eye winged man. That golden eye winged man was cut in half by the giant sword. His body and blood scattered on the ground. The remaining 2 golden-eye winged men were scared out of their wits by Ji Tianxing's power. They attacked twice symbolically and then retreated in a hurry. They wanted to escape from the hall. However, Ji Tianxing was determined to kill them. How could he let them escape? Water split. He released a huge sword light that was more than 10 meters long and killed a golden-eye winged man on the spot. He also smashed the entire wall of the hall. Yun Yao also used the Moonlight Essence. She slashed out a crescent-shaped light blade and killed another golden-eye winged man on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 4 golden-eye winged men were killed. The hall was also torn apart. The whole palace was on the verge of collapse. Huge rocks kept falling down. These 4 golden-eye winged men are only guards. There's an even stronger mastermind behind them. They've surely been alarmed now. We have to make the best use of our time and search separately now so as to avoid any mishaps happening to Yen. Ji Tianxing was anxious in his heart and instructed Yun Yao via voice transmission. The 2 of them hurriedly left the damaged hall and moved swiftly like a gust of wind on the 2nd floor of the palace as they released their spiritual sense to search for Yen Er's whereabouts. The 2 of them acted separately and spent 100 breaths of time to search all the 100-plus rooms on the 2nd floor of the palace. However, they were unable to find Yen. Thus, the 2 of them hurriedly rushed up to the 3rd floor of the palace. This floor was obviously a secret place of the palace. There were only a mere 10-plus rooms and 2 secret rooms. Every room and secret room was extremely spacious. Moreover, a defensive grand formation was set up, and there were even a few human martial artists acting as guards. However, those human martial artists only had a strength at the 8th or 9th level of the Origin Core stage. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao used some tricks and only used 3 to 5 moves to instantly kill the guards. After they killed all the guards, the 2 of them hurriedly started searching. The defensive grand formations of the various rooms and secret rooms were capable of obstructing the detection of spiritual sense, causing their searching speed to become extremely slow. Right when the 2 of them were patiently breaking open the formation, Ji Tianxing suddenly sensed that a gloomy and obscure formidable aura was silently fleeing the palace and flying towards the outside. Want to flee? His brows raised as he emitted a cold shout, and then his figure flashed out of the palace and chased out. Swoosh! He transformed into a golden flowing light that smashed open an enormous hole in the palace wall before flying into the dim and lightless night sky. He raised his head to look ahead and saw a thin figure in a black robe carrying a little boy as it flew swiftly in the night sky 200 meters away. Bastard, where do you think you're going? Ji Tianxing shouted out furiously with a murderous aura, and then he exploded out with vast true essence as he chased after the figure like a flowing light. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to the black-robed figure and stopped the black-robed figure in the sky above the ruins of the manor. Meanwhile, Ji Tianxing saw clearly that the black-robed figure was a thin and slovenly old man. His disheveled long hair covered half of his face and only revealed a pair of eyes that flickered with flames. Chapter 654. Yan was in a coma. His breath was very weak, and his handsome face was as pale as paper. His white robe was stained with dark red blood, and there were several obvious wounds on his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Apparently, Yan had fought fiercely with the assassins of the Hall of Soul before he was captured. At this moment, Yunyao had also arrived. She stood 100 meters behind the black-robed old man and surrounded him with Ji Tianxing. She also saw Yan, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Her face turned cold as ice. In their minds, Yan's life had been rough, and he had endured a lot of hardships, which made them feel sorry for him. At this moment, when they saw Yan was seriously injured, they were furious, and a strong murderous intent burst out from their bodies. Ji Tianxing stared at the black-robed old man coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you want to capture Yan?" The black-robed old man stared at Ji Tianxing and said in a deep and hoarse voice, "Kid, this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Ji Tianxing thought that the black-robed old man had asked the assassins of the Hall of Soul to capture Yan, or to deal with him. But he didn't expect that the black-robed old man had a personal grudge against Yan. At this moment, Yunyao pointed her sword at the black-robed old man and shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Yan is only 11 years old. He has never been in the martial world. How could he be your enemy?" Yan was only 11 years old, while the black-robed old man was old. It was impossible for them to have a grudge against each other. The black-robed old man didn't explain much. His eyes flashed with spiritual fire, and he asked in a deep and cold voice, "It seems that you two are determined to be my enemy. If so, I will fulfill your wish and send you both to heaven." Ji Tianxing's murderous intent burst out from his body. He sneered contemptuously, "You are just an old cripple in the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. How dare you be so arrogant? Hand over my junior, or I will make sure you die without a burial place." As he spoke, the true essence in his body accelerated, quickly accumulating strength, and his aura became extremely overbearing and tyrannical. The black-robed old man sneered, grabbed Yan, and threw him into the distant night sky. The unconscious Yan cut through the night sky and fell toward the ruins 1,000 meters away. Shua! Seeing this, Yunyao rushed over without hesitation, wanting to catch Yan before he fell to the ground. At this moment, a gloomy killing intent flashed through the black-robed old man's eyes. He suddenly drew a black curved blade and slashed 3 black blade lights at Yunyao. Die! The pitch-black scimitar gave off an ancient aura. It was obviously not an ordinary item. 3 pitch-black saber lights that were 30 meters long and contained a dense aura of death silently streaked across the night sky and were about to slash Yunyao. Yunyao sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge. The 3 pitch-black saber lights shrouded her figure and were about to kill her. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing, who had been ready for a long time, rushed to Yunyao's side in a flash. He stood in front of Yunyao and used the Golden Rock Wings fusion technique, using his golden wings to block the saber light descending from the sky. Bang! 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 The huge saber lights slashed the golden wings, producing a deafening muffled sound. The violent shock wave sent Yun Yao flying backward and she fell to the ground with Yen. Ji Tianxing was unscathed. He roared with a murderous aura and rushed toward the black-robed old man. Golden Slash. In anger, he used his killer move with all his strength. He released a giant golden sword that was 100 meters long and slashed toward the black-robed old man with a force that could split heaven and earth. As soon as the giant golden sword appeared, its dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire manor. The dark brown earth and ruins were also illuminated to the finest detail. The dazzling golden light also clearly reflected the horror in the black-robed old man's eyes. He obviously did not expect that Ji Tianxing, who looked only 18 or 19 years old, could perform such a terrifying sword technique. At this critical moment, the black-robed old man put away his black saber and flipped his palm. A simple and mottled bronze cauldron appeared out of thin air. Cauldron stabilizes heaven and earth. The black-robed old man activated his majestic vital essence and poured it into the cauldron. Suddenly, the bronze cauldron expanded to the size of a house and enveloped him. A vigorous and vast aura burst out from the cauldron, causing Ji Tianxing to feel an ancient and boundless aura. Clang! In the earth-shattering sound, the giant golden sword slashed the bronze cauldron. Suddenly, the bronze cauldron fell from the sky and smashed into the dilapidated manor, creating a deep pit with a radius of 1,000 meters. The giant golden sword also exploded with a bang, bursting out a shock wave like a torrent of golden light, sweeping in all directions. The entire manor was destroyed. The broken walls and brick ruins were blasted into dust by the shockwave. Fortunately, Yun Yao had fled the manor with Yen and hid in the ruins a few miles away, blocking the bombardment of the shockwave. In the deep pit, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the bronze cauldron. Raging red flames were constantly emerging from the crack. Ji Tianxing flew above the deep pit and looked down at the bronze cauldron. He was about to perform his unique skill again. Although this bronze cauldron was an ancient treasure, it was a top Tianyuan level treasure and could be called a magic tool. However, this bronze cauldron was too old and dilapidated, and its power was very weak. Ji Tianxing would be able to break the cauldron if he slashed a few more times. At this moment, the cauldron suddenly shrank thousands of times, and the black-robed old man's figure appeared again. He was safe and sound, but his eyes were a little ferocious and crazy. "You despicable little bastard, you actually destroyed this old man's treasure. I'm going to kill you and use your flesh and blood to feed the spiritual snake." The black-robed old man cursed in a vicious tone. He quickly put away the bronze cauldron and waved his hand to shoot out a red flame. Swoosh! The crimson flame flew into the night sky and immediately expanded countless times in size. Suddenly, a colorful spiritual snake of flame appeared. It flew rapidly in the night sky and rushed toward Ji Tianxing. The spiritual snake of flame was hundreds of meters long. It was like a divine dragon of flame. It was surrounded by monstrous flames and exuded a terrifying heat. The air in all directions was burned clean by the high temperature. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters became a vacuum. The broken walls and brick ruins on the ground were burned red and turned into dark red magma. As the spiritual snake of flame flew, the dark red magma on the ground also flew into the sky. It condensed into pillars of magma and blasted toward Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing sensed the terrifying power of the spiritual snake of flame. He frowned and his eyes became serious. Is this a treasure or a demonic beast? There are 9 different colors of flames? This huge dragon-like spiritual snake of flame was neither a magic weapon nor a demonic beast. It was a flame with intelligence. Chapter 655. The 9-flame spiritual snake pierced through the night sky at lightning speed and pounced on Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing made a prompt decision to use his ultimate skill. He released black water that blotted out the sky and blasted it toward the 9-flame spiritual snake. Black water rope. The majestic power of the black water condensed into a black water column that was 100 meters long. It was like a dark and cold divine dragon. Water could counter fire. The black water was the essence of the water element and was more powerful. Boom! In the deafening sound, the black water rope and the nine-flame spiritual snake collided and created a shockwave that swept across the sky. The sky was filled with black water and flames of various colors, splashing in all directions. Water and fire were incompatible. The two forces canceled each other out and quickly collapsed. In just 2 breaths, the black water rope collapsed and disappeared completely. The huge nine-flame spiritual snake had also shrunk a few times. It was only a dozen meters long. Even the 9 colored flames that were flickering all over its body had dimmed significantly. However, before Ji Tianxing could heave a sigh of relief, more than 10 dark red magma columns blasted toward him with violent power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each pillar of magma was as large as a dragon, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing was surrounded by lava pillars from all directions. There was nowhere for him to hide, and there was no way for him to escape. At this critical moment, he folded his golden wings without hesitation. Golden rock wings fusion. A pair of large golden wings wrapped around him, protecting his body tightly. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 16 magma columns blasted the golden wings and instantly drowned Ji Tianxing's figure. At that moment, flames rose in the sky and magma splashed. It was as if a bright red sun had lit up the sky and lit up the surrounding 10 miles. The black-robed elder widened his eyes and stared at the flames and magma in the sky. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In his opinion, Ji Tianxing would definitely be injured on the spot after being blasted by the magma columns. However, the black-robed elder immediately saw Ji Tianxing's figure when the magma rain fell from the sky. Ji Tianxing was standing in the sky, unscathed. He was looking at him coldly, and his entire body was surging with a strong murderous intent. Metal slash. Ji Tianxing roared angrily and released a 100-meter-long golden sword light that slashed toward the black-robed old man. The giant golden sword tore through the night sky at lightning speed, containing an extremely domineering and fierce aura. The black-robed old man had seen the power of this sword technique. Even the bronze pill cauldron had a huge crack. When he saw the giant golden sword coming at him, his expression immediately changed, revealing a look of intense fear. At the critical moment, he formed a mysterious seal with both of his hands. He activated his majestic power and shot out a crimson flame into the 9-flame spiritual snake. Instantly, the 9-flame spiritual snake's body expanded once again, returning to 100 meters long. Spiritual snake protection. As the black-robed old man shouted in a low voice, the giant 9-flame spiritual snake wrapped around him and flew rapidly. The 9-flame spiritual snake's huge body wrapped around him a few times, protecting him very well. The next moment, the giant golden sword slashed the 9-flame spiritual snake's body violently, creating a loud and dull sound. Boom! The giant golden sword collapsed on the spot, bursting into golden light fragments that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 9-flame spiritual snake and the black-robed old man were both sent flying backward. They drew an arc in the night sky and fell toward the ruins below. Moreover, the 9-flame spiritual snake was severely injured. Its body shrunk again, and it let out a sorrowful cry. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and a tinge of surprise flashed in his eyes. This 9-flame spiritual snake is a bit strange. It can block my killing moves time and time again. Ji Tianxing could tell that although the 9-flame spiritual snake was not a celestial artifact, its power and effects were better than a celestial artifact. It must be the black-robed old man's trump card. An idea popped up in his mind. He wanted to capture the 9-flame spiritual snake and study it carefully. It seemed that the 9-flame spiritual snake and the black-robed old man were about to fall into the ruins below. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the 9-flame spiritual snake stopped falling. It stretched out its huge body and caught the black-robed old man. Swoosh! With a flash of fire, the 9-flame spiritual snake flew back into the sky with the black-robed old man on its back. However, the black-robed old man had already seen Ji Tianxing's strength and means. He no longer had any intention to fight. He did not want to be entangled with Ji Tianxing. He stepped on the nine-flame spiritual snake and ran away as fast as a shooting star. You still want to run away? In your dreams? Ji Tianxing shouted with a murderous intent and chased after the old man without hesitation. Swoosh! He turned into a golden shooting star and pierced through the night sky like a sharp sword, making a sharp air-rending sound. In just 20 breaths' time, Ji Tianxing caught up with the nine-flame spiritual snake. He only hesitated for a moment before he activated the sword embryo in his abdomen. It turned into a huge golden sword and charged toward the black-robed old man. Sword of Judgment. The huge golden sword was 30 meters long and had a pair of wings formed by golden light. It contained an unstoppable aura that could pierce through everything. When the black-robed old man saw the Sword of Judgment coming toward him, his face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. He could clearly feel that the power of the Sword of Judgment was more than twice the power of the golden slash. If he used the nine-flame spiritual snake to block it, the spiritual snake would most likely be smashed into pieces. At this critical moment, the black-robed old man took out the green bronze crucible without hesitation. Go, Universal Crucible! He shouted and injected his true core power into the green bronze crucible. The green bronze crucible expanded by 1,000 times. Then he controlled the green bronze crucible and smashed it toward Ji Tianxing. In the next moment, the Sword of Judgment and the green bronze crucible collided in the sky and there was a deafening explosion. Ding! How powerful was the Sword of Judgment? The green bronze crucible, which was the size of a house, was smashed into pieces by the Sword of Judgment. It exploded into 48,000 pieces and scattered in all directions. The green bronze crucible, which was a top heaven's origin artifact, was smashed into pieces by Ji Tianxing's sword. The deafening explosion and violent shockwaves, mixed with the countless pieces of the green bronze crucible, swept across the area with a radius of a few thousand meters. When the black-robed old man saw the green bronze crucible being destroyed, he was heartbroken. However, no matter how precious the green bronze crucible was, it was not as important as the nine-flame spiritual snake. He sacrificed the green bronze crucible to block Ji Tianxing's killing move. He had achieved his goal. When the green bronze crucible was smashed into pieces, he had already ridden the nine-flame spiritual snake and escaped into the distance. The Sword of Judgment had also consumed a lot of energy and its radiance had dimmed. Swoosh! The giant sword lost its dazzling radiance and suddenly shrunk countless times. It flew back to Ji Tianxing and went back into his stomach. Ji Tianxing looked at the sky in front of him. When he saw the black-robed old man flying away on the nine-flame spiritual snake, he went all out to pursue him. Chapter 656. Ji Tianxing and the black-robed old man, two people, flew across the night sky one after the other. Their speed was as fast as lightning. The movement of the two people fighting was too big. Not only did it destroy the entire manor, but it also emitted a deafening loud noise and lit up a monstrous fire. With the manor as the center, the martial artists within a radius of 10 miles were all alarmed. From the many ruins and houses around, at least several dozen figures flew out. Most of them were Origin Core Realm and Heavenly Origin Realm powerhouses. Numerous invisible spiritual senses spread out, quietly probing the situation on the battlefield. There were also many powerhouses secretly staring at Ji Tianxing and the black-robed old man in the sky. In the underground dark city, order was chaotic, full of blood and slaughter. There would be martial artists fighting every day. A battle could break out anytime and anywhere. Everyone had long been used to it. Therefore, those alarmed powerhouses just hid in the dark to observe. No one showed up to intervene in this matter. Furthermore, everyone could detect that Ji Tianxing and the black-robed old man were both heavenly origin powerhouses with extraordinary strength. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to intervene in the two of them at all. Ji Tianxing chased after the black-robed old man and soon left the manor ruins, flying towards the depths of the underground dark city. Yun Yao brought the seriously injured and unconscious Yenner and hurriedly followed up. However, her speed was much slower. She only chased out for a short distance and already lost him. In desperation, she could only stop chasing and brought Yenner to the exit of the underground dark city, preparing to leave the dark city. Ji Tianxing chased after the black-robed old man and entered the depths of the dark city not long after. The surrounding houses and buildings became denser and denser. Most of the buildings were well preserved. There were also many rebuilt houses and palaces. Under the dim curtain of night, many houses and buildings were lit up with lights. There were also many chaotic martial artist auras, as well as noisy noises. At this time, the black-robed old man descended from the sky and drilled into an old house and street. Ji Tianxing chased after without thinking, using spiritual senses to search for traces of the black-robed old man. However, the black-robed old man was very familiar with the environment and terrain of the underground dark city. He entered the old streets and alleys, scurrying around like a rat in a tunnel. His whereabouts also became erratic, making it hard for people to catch him. Ji Tianxing tried his best to follow closely, but after passing through 3 streets, he could no longer find any trace of the black-robed old man. He released his invisible spiritual sense to cover an area with a radius of 500 meters. He carefully searched for the black-robed old man's aura, not even letting go of the corners and the underground. However, after searching half the street, he couldn't find any clues and completely lost them. This result made his face gloomy, and he murmured angrily, "Damn old thing, relying on his familiarity with the underground city, he actually got rid of me." No way, after all, he entered the underground dark city for the first time, and his eyes were completely black. The black-robed old man had obviously lived in the dark city for many years and knew every street and corner like the back of his hand. Ji Tianxing stood outside a palace at the end of the street. His brows were tightly furrowed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "The next time I meet him, I absolutely won't let him escape," he muttered with a heart full of resentment, and was about to turn around and leave. But right at this moment, 4 figures abruptly rushed out from the black palace behind him, arriving at his side swiftly like lightning. Swish, 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 swish. 4 human martial artists wearing black armor drew their swords and sabers one after another, surrounding him. Ji Tianxing frowned, and his gaze coldly glanced at the 4 martial artists. He saw that these 4 human martial artists all had strength around the 8th level of the origin core stage. They wore standard armor and seemed to be the guards of the palace. One of the martial artists with a tall and sturdy figure stared at him with a ghastly gaze and shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you, to actually dare use your spiritual sense to spy on our dark shadow palace?" Hearing this person's words, Ji Tianxing's brows instantly raised, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Dark Shadow Palace? This is the Dark Shadow Palace? Earlier, he chased the black-robed old man here and completely lost his aura and clues. He had indeed used his spiritual sense to investigate the situation within the palace, searching for the black-robed old man's whereabouts. However, he was unable to find traces of the black-robed old man, and only detected that there were over 100 martial artists living within the palace. Those martial artists were mostly Origin Core stage experts, and there were even a few Sky Origin stage experts holding down the fort. Ji Tianxing didn't know where this palace was, and was just about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, the 4 guards rushed out and surrounded him, allowing him to know that this palace was the Dark Shadow Palace. Ji Tianxing was rather surprised, and his face revealed a playful sneer. No wonder that old cripple's aura vanished when he fled here. Looks like he's most likely hiding within the Dark Shadow Palace. The 4 armored guards didn't notice Ji Tianxing's abnormality. The person in the lead still had an icy cold gaze, and he furiously shouted with a murderous aura, "Speak quickly. What exactly do you want to do by spying on the secrets of the Dark Shadow Palace with ill intentions?" Ji Tianxing didn't answer his question and instead asked, "Is this Dark Shadow Palace the property of the Duanmu family?" The 4 guards' faces changed, and a cold light flashed across the leader's eyes, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You thief, you really have ulterior motives. Take him down." Following the leader's cold shout, the four of them waved their swords, and a dazzling sword light slashed towards Ji Tianxing. Seeking your own death. Ji Tianxing coldly laughed, and a cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He turned a blind eye to the sword light slashing towards him from all directions, and as fast as a flash of light, he waved his hands and shot out 4 golden sword lights. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp sword light flashed wildly, and in an instant, it slashed across the necks of the 4 guards, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The bodies of the 4 guards instantly froze, and they stopped waving their swords. Their hands clutched their throats, and their eyes widened in horror. Their attacks were easily dodged by Ji Tianxing. Their attacks landed on the ancient black stone ground and produced muffled sounds of bang, 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 bang. A moment later, the 4 of them were dead, and they fell to the ground with a plop plop, and no longer made a sound. At this time, Ji Tianxing had already walked to the entrance of the Dark Shadow Palace, and he lifted his foot to kick the heavy stone door that was 10 meters tall. Bam! In the deafening sound, the black stone door that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms was kicked down by his foot, and it fell to the ground in pieces, causing the entire palace to shake non-stop. The martial artists in the Dark Shadow Palace were immediately alerted, and a large group of guards in black armor rushed over as fast as the wind. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Dark Shadow Palace? You're courting death. How dare you cause trouble in the Dark Shadow Palace? You must be tired of living. Cut the crap, kill him. Attack together. The first dozen guards to reach the entrance roared with murderous intent, and immediately waved their swords and sabers at Ji Tianxing, launching a siege. Chapter 657. Before entering the underground Dark City, Yun Yao told Ji Tianxing before that the Dark Shadow Palace was the Duanmu family's property. For the black-robed old man to be able to instruct the Soul Shepherd Hall's assassins to capture Yenna, he must have some connection with the Duanmu family. Furthermore, he disappeared when he escaped to the vicinity of the Dark Shadow Palace. Ji Tianxing had reason to believe that he most likely hid in the Dark Shadow Palace. Therefore, Ji Tianxing wanted to go on a killing spree. Even if he could not find the black-robed old man, he would also destroy the Dark Shadow Palace. When over a dozen Origin Core Realm guards rushed over, Ji Tianxing revolved his majestic True Essence, condensing it into a True Essence shield, protecting himself. Bang, bang, bang. Several dozen blade lights and sword shadows slashed onto him, but they were all blocked by the True Essence shield. He waved both palms, his 10 fingers flicking repeatedly, continuously shooting out beams of golden sword light, charging towards the black-armored guards around him. Bush, bush, bush. Countless sword lights shot out in unison, emitting a sharp ear-piercing sound of tearing through the air, bringing along puffs of dark red blood flowers. One black-armored guard after another had their throats or hearts pierced by the golden sword light, falling to the ground on the spot, unable to get up. No one could stop Ji Tianxing's charge, let alone block the golden sword light that he released. After a short few breaths, over a dozen guards around him were all killed on the spot. Over a dozen corpses were lying on the ground in disarray, causing the hall to be filled with a thick stench of blood. But Ji Tianxing was completely unscathed. His entire body was not even stained with blood. He strode across the vast hall and walked towards the depths of the Dark Shadow Palace. Black-armored guards constantly rushed out from all around. There were even quite a few guard captains and deacons who also rushed over to surround and kill him. But no one could stop his footsteps. Origin Core Realm experts, no matter how many came, they would all die without a doubt. When Ji Tianxing passed through the hall on the first floor and charged to the second floor of the Dark Shadow Palace, over 30 corpses had already fallen behind him. The hall and the surrounding walls were also slashed with many holes by the blade lights and sword lights, splitting open a series of enormous cracks. Finally, when Ji Tianxing reached the hall on the second floor, he was stopped by several experts. In the brightly lit hall, there were 4 Sky Origin stage cultivators. The leader was an old man in a purple robe. He was the manager of the Dark Shadow Palace. He was at the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage. There were 3 middle-aged men standing behind him. They were wearing long robes with embroidered patterns. They were the leaders of the Dark Shadow Palace. They were all at the 3rd level of the Sky Origin stage. Besides that, there were over 10 Yuan Dan stage guards and deacons in the surroundings of the hall, all of them on alert as they stared at Ji Tianxing with eyes filled with killing intent. Ji Tianxing stepped into the hall and stopped 100 steps away from the purple-robed elder. His gaze swept across the 4 Heaven Yuan experts and the dozen or so Yuan Dan experts around him. Then he secretly released his spiritual consciousness to explore every corner of the Dark Shadow Palace, searching for traces of the black-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Seeing Ji Tianxing's fearless attitude, the fury in his heart burned even more. He shouted angrily in a deep voice, "Kid, who are you? Don't you know where the Dark Shadow Palace is? How dare you barge into the Dark Shadow Palace and start a massacre? How dare you? No matter how powerful you are, no matter who your backer is, you will die today." Ji Tianxing looked at the purple-robed elder emotionlessly and said indifferently, "Of course I know where this place is. Otherwise, why would I barge in? I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the old cripple who just hid in here and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the purple-robed elder was so angry that he laughed. "Ha! Did I hear it wrong? Little bastard, you barged into the Dark Shadow Palace alone and you're about to be killed. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Today, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." With that, the purple-robed elder waved his hand and gave the order. "Kill him." The dozens of Yuan Dan experts around the hall all charged towards Ji Tianxing with murderous intent. Everyone waved their swords and sabers, slashing out an overwhelming amount of sword and saber light, enveloping Ji Tianxing's figure. In a split second, the wide hall with a radius of 100 meters was filled with fierce and domineering saber energy and sword intent, causing a violent hurricane to blow. Ji Tianxing was in the center of the hurricane. His entire body lit up with a dazzling light, condensing into an oval-shaped shield. Saber lights and sword shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth slashed at his true essence shield, but they were unable to harm him at all. The saber light and sword light were all shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions, hitting the walls and the ground, blasting out numerous holes and cracks. Ji Tianxing's palm flashed, and the black dragon sword appeared out of thin air. Dragon soars from the 9 heavens. He brazenly drew his sword and slashed out a 30-meter-long Frost Divine Dragon. The Frost Divine Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and instantly broke through the blockade of saber light and sword light, blasting a few Yuan Dan experts into pieces. The Frost Divine Dragon did not blast towards the walls of the hall. Instead, it circled around Ji Tianxing and charged around the hall. Bam, bam, bam. Wherever the Frost Divine Dragon passed, all the saber light and sword light were shattered, and the dozens of Yuan Dan experts were sent flying. Everyone was sent flying, crashing heavily into the walls of the hall, making a series of dull thuds. When they landed on the ground, all of them were bleeding from all 7 orifices, their bodies twisted and fell to the ground. 12 experts were killed on the spot, turning into bloody corpses and no longer making a sound. The few lucky survivors were still breathing, but they were also severely injured. Their bodies twitched as they screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, the hall became a scene of devastation, a complete mess. The ground and walls were filled with cracks, and huge rocks kept falling from the roof, smashing into the hall. Smoke and dust filled the hall, and it was filled with the thick smell of blood. The only people who were still standing were Ji Tianxing, the purple-robed elder, and the 3 leaders. The 5 of them were all Sky Origin experts. When the 4 powerhouses saw Ji Tianxing kill more than a dozen powerhouses with a single move, their eyes widened in shock. The purple-robed elder was both furious and shocked. His hands and his sleeves were trembling. All these years, he had been in charge of the Dark Shadow Palace. With the Duanmu family as his backing, no one dared to provoke him, and no one dared to cause trouble in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had been a tyrant for many years, enjoying all the glory and wealth. It had been many years since he had personally fought a battle. He did not expect to meet such a ruthless person like Ji Tianxing today. Not only did Ji Tianxing start a massacre in the Dark Shadow Palace, he was also so powerful. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath and calmed down, temporarily suppressing his anger. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Kid, who are you? How dare you go against the Duanmu family?" Chapter 658. Obviously, the purple-robed elder was afraid of Ji Tianxing's terrifying strength and had no choice but to calm down. He knew that he could not stop Ji Tianxing. If they fought, the Dark Shadow Palace would be implicated. Therefore, he hurriedly used the Duanmu family as his backing, hoping to intimidate Ji Tianxing and temporarily stabilize him. As long as he could stall for time, the surviving guards and attendants of the Dark Shadow Palace would send the news to Central State City and report it to the Duanmu family. In at most 4 to 6 hours, Central State City would send experts as reinforcements. At that time, Ji Tianxing would not be able to escape even if he had wings and would definitely die. However, the purple-robed elder's plan was completely useless against Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was not afraid of the Duanmu family's power at all. He sneered, "Leave a way out? What a joke!" When the Dark Shadow Palace killed people, did they think of this sentence? Also, didn't you just say that no matter what, you would tear me into pieces and no one would be able to save me? Since that's the case, why are you still talking nonsense? Ji Tianxing, of course, could guess the purple-robed elder's thoughts. He also knew that he could not stay in the Dark Shadow Palace for long and had to end the battle quickly. If he dragged on for too long, at most 4 to 6 hours, the Duanmu family's experts would arrive as reinforcements. Therefore, he had to destroy the Dark Shadow Palace as fast as lightning. Die! Ji Tianxing coldly shouted and brazenly waved his sword, sending out 4 dazzling sword radiances, fiercely chopping towards the purple-robed elder and the 3 elders. The 4 of them did not expect him to be so arrogant, not caring about the Duanmu family's prestige and ruthlessly attacking. When the 10-meter-long golden sword slashed over, the 4 of them revealed looks of grief and indignation. They roared with killing intent as they launched a counterattack. "Brat, you're courting death. Reckless thing, I'll fight it out with you. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll cut you into 8 pieces and grind your bones to dust." The purple-robed elder and the 3 leaders brandished their swords and sabers in unison, displaying their unique saber and sword techniques. They slashed out overwhelming saber light and sword shadows to block Ji Tianxing's attacks. Numerous saber lights and sword lights collided with each other, causing muffled pung ping pung pung sounds to reverberate intensely in the hall. The violent force exploded, causing the entire Umbra Palace to tremble incessantly. The hall was immediately torn apart. The surrounding walls were shattered and collapsed with a loud bang. The roof also collapsed, turning into countless pieces of rubble and dust, falling down with a rumbling sound. In just a few breaths of time, more than half of the Shadow Palace had collapsed. Even with the protection of the formation, it was useless. Although the purple-robed elder and the 3 leaders managed to block the attack of the giant golden sword, they were still sent flying. Swish! Swish! The 4 of them passed through the smoke and dust and flew into the night sky outside the Shadow Palace. At the same time, Ji Tianxing also rushed out. He flew to the top of the Shadow Palace and performed an ultimate sword technique. "Shatter the mountains and rivers!" he shouted coldly. His figure flashed in the night sky like a flash of light, constantly waving his palms to release huge golden sword light. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, the night sky within a radius of 1,000 meters was covered by thousands of giant golden swords. The golden light was blinding and chaotic. Thousands of sword light covered the entire Shadow Palace, like a huge sword formation. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing detonated all the giant golden swords at the same time. Thousands of sword light exploded at the same time, erupting with destructive power. Boom! In the deafening explosion, The area within a radius of 1,000 meters was drowned in golden flames, like a huge golden sun. The night sky of this region, the towering shadow palace, and the surrounding houses and buildings were instantly shattered into pieces, turning into dust that filled the sky. There were still dozens of cultivators in the dark shadow palace who did not manage to escape. There were also countless spirit stones, pills, and rare treasures that had been destroyed by this explosion, turning into ashes. Even the purple-robed elder and the 3 leaders who were further away were severely injured by the violent shockwave and vomited blood. They hurriedly retreated 1,000 meters away. The terrifying explosive power could really shatter mountains and rivers and destroy everything. After a while, when the dazzling golden light dissipated and the explosion in the night sky stopped, the world finally calmed down. The towering shadow palace disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater with a radius of a few hundred meters. Around the crater, there were many gullies and piles of gravel. The purple-robed elder and the 3 leaders flew back into the night sky. When they saw this shocking scene, they were stunned, crying as if they had lost their parents. It's over. The Shadow Palace is completely destroyed. The main family gave us control of the Shadow Palace. Now that the Shadow Palace is in ruins, we can't escape the blame. The main family will definitely kill us. If the main family wants to kill us, we will die even if we run to the ends of the earth. Since we are going to die either way, let's fight it out with that kid. Yes. If we can kill him, we might be able to atone for our crimes. The 4 of them exchanged a few words and immediately made up their minds to kill Ji Tianxing even if they had to die. However, just as they held their weapons and looked around for Ji Tianxing appeared behind them like a ghost in the night sky. Burning sky palm. Ji Tianxing roared in his heart. He raised his magma-like left arm and fiercely slapped out a gigantic flaming palm that blotted out the sky. When the huge flaming palm appeared, it was like a scorching sun in the sky, illuminating the night sky within a radius of 10 miles. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the air to burn. The purple-robed old man and the 3 leaders were immediately alerted. Their faces were filled with horror as they fled. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to escape when they sensed that something was wrong. Boom! The huge flaming palm hit them in an instant, enveloping them and blasting them into the deep pit and ruins below. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the deep pit on the ground doubled in size and was more than 1,000 meters wide. Dust flew everywhere and covered the sky. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles trembled and cracked open as if there was a super earthquake. Many old and dilapidated houses collapsed from the tremors, causing countless martial artists to flee in panic as they screamed in horror. Countless martial artists were alarmed as they looked at the huge fire in the night sky in horror. No one knew what was going on and could only speculate in their hearts. After a long while, the flames that covered the sky and earth gradually dissipated. The purple-robed elder and the 3 leaders were all killed by the burning sky palm. The area where the Umbra Palace was located had been completely turned into scorched ruins, leaving only an abyss-like crater. The dust was still floating in the night sky, and the ground was still burning with dark red magma flowing. Ji Tianxing had already left quietly, his figure disappearing into the night sky. The outcome was just as he expected. The black-robed elder had already escaped without a trace. Chapter 659. Ji Tianxing was very clear that not long after he left, the Duanmu family would be alarmed. At that time, the news of the destruction of the Shadow Palace would also spread, causing a lot of shock in the underground city. The Duanmu family would definitely be furious and investigate this matter. The underground city and central state city would definitely be in turmoil for a while. However, these had nothing to do with him. He flew across the dark sky like a stream of light, and it didn't take long for him to leave the underground city. 2 hours later, Ji Tianxing returned to the central state city on the surface and rushed to the branch of the hidden cloud pavilion. He had discussed it with Yun Yao before. As long as he found Yun Yao would be responsible for taking Yen out of the dark city as soon as possible. The two of them agreed to meet at the branch of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion after the matter was over. When he rushed back to the branch of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, Deacon Li hurriedly greeted him and reported, "Young Master Ji, young Miss has returned and is in the secret room." Then got it. Ji Tianxing nodded and hurried to the secret room. When he entered the secret room, he saw Yun Yao helping Yen heal. Yen was lying on a spiritual jade bed in the corner of the secret room. His eyes were closed, his face was pale, and his breath was very weak. Yun Yao stood by the bed and waved her palms to release true essence into the jade bed. The green spiritual jade bed lit up with a dense green light, bursting with a strong vitality aura, constantly pouring into Yen's body. Ji Tianxing walked to the side of the spiritual jade bed and checked on Yen's situation. Seeing that his injury had stabilized and was not life-threatening, he was slightly relieved. Yun Yao stopped channeling and turned to Ji Tianxing. She asked in a concerned tone, "Tianxing, are you injured? What about the black-robed old man? Did you catch him?" Ji Tianxing shook his head and said calmly, "I'm fine. That old cripple had a spiritual treasure to protect his body, so he escaped. However, he escaped with the help of the Shadow Palace. I have already destroyed the Shadow Palace." Yun Yao was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief, "You actually destroyed the Shadow Palace?" Ji Tianxing nodded. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Just treat it as collecting some interest first and creating some trouble for the Duanmu clan." Yun Yao nodded and stopped talking about this matter. "Yen's injuries are very serious. Let's help him heal first." Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment before saying, "The imperial residence is more suitable for healing. Let's take him back." "That's good too." Yun Yao naturally nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them left the Hidden Cloud Pavilion branch with Yen and quietly returned to the Monarch Mansion. When they returned to Tianxing Palace, Ji Ku and Qianyu were already waiting anxiously. Ji Ku and Qianyu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had returned safely and rescued Yen. Ji Tianxing arranged for Yen to stay in the secret room and joined hands with Yun Yao to treat his injuries. Tianxing Palace was full of spiritual energy and there were a lot of elixirs and miraculous medicines. It was very suitable for healing injuries. The two of them spent half a day and helped Yen recover more than half of his injuries. Although Yen's strength was still weak, it was no longer a big problem. After resting in Tianxing Palace for 10 days to half a month, he would gradually recover. That night, Yen finally woke up. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others heard the news and quickly entered the secret room to visit. Yen was lying on the ice jade bed. His small face was slightly pale and his eyes were a little dim. He was in a bad state. When he saw everyone enter the secret room, he smiled and sat up to greet everyone. "Senior brother Tianxing, eldest senior sister, thank you for saving me. And junior sister Ji Ku and Qianyu. It's all my fault. I made everyone worry again." Yun Yao and Ji Ku quickly comforted him, telling him not to think too much and to rest well. Ji Tianxing frowned and pondered for a moment. He asked Yen, "The people who captured you this time are the Duanmu family's soul-hurting hall assassins. The mastermind behind this is a black-robed old man with a broken arm and leg. He seems a little strange and claimed to have a grudge with you. Yen, why don't you tell us what happened before?" Yen nodded and told the cause of the matter in detail. "That morning, I entered Zhongzhou City and prepared to go to the Hidden Cloud Pavilion branch to contact the news. Who knew that when I passed by the Wu Feng Zhuang, there were 4 assassins dressed in black who attacked me without saying anything?" Yen's story was the same as the result of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's investigation. After listening to his words, Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a solemn face, "So, the Duanmu family captured you to deal with me." Before he could finish, Yen shook his head and said, "Senior brother Tianxing, it's not like that. The mastermind is the black-robed old man with a broken arm and leg. He didn't want to deal with you. His target is me." Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku all showed a puzzled expression. "Why do you say that?" "Junior brother Yen, why do you have a grudge with the black-robed old man?" "Yes, junior brother Yen, You haven't traveled in Zhongzhou before. Who would you have a grudge with? Yen frowned and explained in a low voice, after the black-robed old man caught me, I was awake for a few hours. During that time, the black-robed old man talked to himself for a long time like a madman. I can sense that he has the aura of our fire clan. The little flame snake in his palm is most likely the spiritual vein of our fire clan, the 9-flame spiritual snake. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku all showed a surprised look. That old cripple is from your fire clan? Since he is from the fire clan and you are the crown prince of the fire clan, why does he want to deal with you? Yen nodded and said in a solemn tone, that old man is indeed from our fire clan. However, he should be an abandoned person who was expelled from the fire clan. He is missing a left arm and a right leg. It seems to be caused by injuries, but in fact he was tortured by our fire clan. I once heard from my father that our fire clan has a kind of torture called cutting the flesh to return the blood. It is used to punish those who betrayed the fire clan and committed the most heinous crimes. This kind of torture is to cut off the left arm and right leg of the prisoner and let out half of the blood to apologize to the ancestors of the fire clan and repay the kindness of the fire clan. After the prisoners are tortured, they will often die and use their lives to atone for their sins. And those who are lucky enough to survive will be expelled from the fire clan and will never be able to step into the fire clan again. However, this kind of torture has not been seen for many years. After all, our fire clan is very united and loyal. After listening to Yenu's story, Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku all felt incredulous and showed a complicated expression. The fire clan actually has this kind of torture? That black-robed old man's left arm and right leg were cut and half of his blood was let out, but he didn't die. I guess when he was tortured, his strength had already reached the Sky Origin realm. Only a Sky Origin realm powerhouse can survive this kind of situation. It seems that there is a deep grudge between the black-robed old man and the fire clan. Chapter 660. Everyone discussed for a while, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment and said to Yen, if it's really like what you said, that black-robed old man is an abandoned person of the fire clan, then he must have a grudge with the fire clan. It's reasonable for him to send people to catch you and claim to have a grudge with you. However, these are all old stories. I'm afraid only your parents know about the twists and turns in it. Yen nodded in agreement and said, then I'll immediately write a letter to my father and mother and tell them about this matter. Maybe they know the identity of the black-robed old man. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, it should be like this. No matter what grudge the black-robed old man has with the fire clan, he shouldn't vent his anger on you. You have to report this matter to the Fire Emperor and Fire Empress. They will definitely think of a way to deal with it. In addition, the Soul Herding Hall's assassins have already targeted you. If they can catch you once, they can catch you a second time. During this time, you stay in the palace to recuperate. Don't leave the monarch mansion, in case you encounter danger again. Yun Yao also nodded in agreement and said, yes, only the monarch mansion is safe. After saying that, she looked at Ji Tianxing again and said in a dignified tone, Tianxing, this time we caused such a big commotion in the underground city, you even destroyed the Shadow Palace. The Duanmu clan must have already received the news. As long as they investigate carefully, it won't be difficult to find us. The Shadow Palace was destroyed, causing the Duanmu clan to suffer a lot of losses, and also a great loss of face. They will definitely retaliate against us. Following this, we should also make our preparations. We have to act carefully in Central Continent City. After Ji Tianxing heard this, he smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Yao, don't worry, what you said, I have already thought about it. Since I dared to brazenly destroy the Shadow Palace, I naturally have my plans and considerations. The Shadow Palace is the hidden property of the Duanmu clan. It can't be exposed. It can only be hidden in the underground city. They definitely don't dare to show it on the surface. Even if I destroy the Dark Shadow Palace, the Duanmu clan can only suffer in silence and won't dare to make a fuss. After all, no matter how powerful the Duanmu clan was, they wouldn't dare to openly go against the imperial court's orders. Moreover, the Duanmu clan was a big tree that attracted the wind. They also had many opponents and enemies. After this incident, their opponents and enemies would inevitably make use of this matter to make an issue out of it and take the opportunity to suppress and attack the Duanmu clan. This is not a small problem, and it will definitely give the Duanmu clan a headache. Yun Yao thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. The Dark Shadow Palace was the property of the Duanmu clan. Everyone knew this, but the Duanmu clan would never admit it. Now that the Shadow Palace was in trouble, many families and forces that had grudges with the Duanmu family would definitely take this opportunity to strike. The Duanmu clan has to divert their attention to deal with those opponents, so they can't openly search for and hunt us down. And that's right. Ji Tianxing nodded as a smile appeared on his face. He then continued in a playful tone, "Besides, since I've decided to take the initiative to attack the Duanmu family, I won't just sit and wait for death. I won't wait for the Duanmu family to come knocking on my door for revenge. Our previous plan has already taken effect. The Duanmu clan has already had internal strife. But this is not enough, and it can't hurt the foundation of the Duanmu clan. With Duanmu Huang's ability, he will definitely settle this matter quickly. So, I have to carry out the second step of the plan, which is to find ways to destroy the Duanmu clan's property. The Duanmu clan has fallen into chaos, and I have to add fuel to the fire to wreak havoc, gradually weakening their power." Hearing this, Yun Yao, Jiku, and Yin all showed expectant expressions and looked at him with interest. "Tianxing, what's the second step of your plan? Big brother Tianxing, how are you going to wreak havoc?" At the mention of this question, Ji Tianxing's face showed a playful smile, and said in a low voice, "I've been to Greenwood City before, and I've passed by the mango jungle twice. As everyone knows, the mango jungle is the Duanmu clan's territory, and there are endless medicinal herbs growing there. Also, there are several medicinal gardens that the Duanmu clan has meticulously built in the depths of the mango jungle. As long as we find a way to destroy those medicinal gardens, we can cause huge losses to the Duanmu clan and greatly weaken their power. After all, the medicinal herbs cultivated in those medicinal gardens are all precious spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs need to be carefully cultivated, and they will only mature after many years of growth. Only then can they be sold and refined into elixirs. Once the medicinal gardens are destroyed, most of the spiritual herbs will be in short supply, and they will need to be cultivated for many years before they can mature again. The Duanmu clan is an elixir family, and they rely on elixirs to establish themselves in the world. As long as their supply is in short supply, a series of properties will be affected and impacted. Even if the Duanmu clan still has medicinal herbs in storage, they won't be able to maintain it for long. Hearing Ji Tianxing's words, Yun Yao's and Ji Ku's eyes instantly flashed with a bright light as they revealed astonishment. "Big brother Tianxing, you want to destroy the Duanmu clan's medicinal gardens? Tianxing, isn't this idea of yours a little too bold?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said in a playful tone, "Yao Yao, I understand your concern, but this plan of mine is indeed a little bold. The medicinal gardens in the mango jungle are the foundation and lifeline of the Duanmu clan. The defense must be very tight, and there might even be experts guarding them. Although the Duanmu clan has many enemies and rivals, no one dares to lay a hand on the medicinal gardens. Those forces are either not strong enough, or they don't dare to be so ruthless. After all, destroying the medicinal gardens is equivalent to taking the Duanmu clan's life, and that is an irreconcilable hatred. However, I killed Duanmu Yulong and Duanmu Feiyu. The Duanmu clan has a blood feud with me, and they definitely won't let me go. Since that's the case, I'm not afraid of anything. What's there that I don't dare to do?" Yun Yao frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Tianxing, your idea is not bad. It's very bold, and once it succeeds, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to the Duanmu clan. Actually, my father had the same idea back then, but our Yun clan can't go to war with the Duanmu clan, so we can only think about it." Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, the three ancient families must maintain peace and balance. This is the imperial court's method of balancing. Only then can we ensure the stability and peace of the human race. However, I'm different. I can use all kinds of methods to deal with the Duanmu clan without any scruples. This is also one of the reasons why I can talk to your father about cooperation. Yun Yao thought for a moment, then said with a serious expression, Tianxing, although your plan is feasible, we must treat it seriously and plan for the long term. The medicinal gardens in the mango jungle are the lifeline of the Duanmu clan, and the defense is very tight. According to the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's understanding, not only are there a large number of elite guards guarding the medicinal gardens, there is also an ancient beast guarding them. Chapter 661. Ancient Mutated Beast? Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows slightly and revealed an interested look. There were very few demonic beast bloodlines from the ancient era. Every ancient mutated beast had unimaginable abilities. They were much more mysterious and powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. Yao Yao, can you tell me more about that ancient mutated beast? Yun Yao frowned and thought for a while. Then she said, I heard my father mention that the ancient mutated beast guarding the Duanmu family's herb garden is called the Firebird of Heaven. That ancient mutated beast is a bird as big as a mountain. It can spit out fire that can burn everything. According to the historical records, the Firebird of Heaven was a rare mutated beast in the ancient era. It can control the power of earth fire and heavenly fire. It is very destructive. A commander of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion once sneaked into the herb garden and observed the Firebird of Heaven at close range. The Firebird of Heaven has been reared by the Duanmu family for hundreds of years. Its strength has reached the half-step soul-tempering realm. That Firebird of Heaven is very close to becoming a demonic emperor mutated beast. It has the chance to become a divine beast in the future. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing immediately frowned, and his eyes became slightly solemn. A half-step soul-tempering realm ancient mutated beast? Has no one dared to destroy the Duanmu family's herb garden? He thought of the mighty miracle god he met in Giant Miracle City. Before he found his heart, he was already a half-step soul-tempering realm cultivator. At that time, he and the other 9 prodigies joined forces to attack the mighty miracle god. They were defeated by the mighty miracle god. If there was really a half-step soul-tempering realm ancient mutated beast in the Duanmu family's herb garden, they would be in big trouble. Apart from soul-tempering realm cultivators, no one could resist the attack of the Firebird of Heaven. With his strength of Sky Origin Stage 4, he was no match for the Firebird of Heaven. Yun Yao nodded and said, That's right. With the Firebird of Heaven guarding the herb garden, nothing will go wrong. For so many years, no one has dared to destroy the herb garden of the Duanmu family. They don't even dare to get close to it. Tianxing, if you want to destroy the herb garden, you have to think it over carefully. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, That Firebird is so strong, it will definitely be difficult to deal with. If I don't have a way to deal with the Firebird of Heavenly Wind, I will definitely be seriously injured or even lose my life if I rashly sneak into the Duanmu clan's herb garden. It seems that I really have to think of a foolproof plan before I can start. At this point, everyone fell silent, and the secret chamber fell into silence. Although Ji Tianxing's idea was very good, if he didn't deal with the Firebird, everything would be empty talk. At this moment, a guard came to the door of the secret room and reported the news in a respectful tone. My lord, here is a letter for you. Please take a look. Ji Tianxing quickly got up and opened the door of the secret room. He took a letter from the guard. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. He held it in his hands and read it carefully. After reading the contents of the letter, he immediately revealed a smile. Seeing his expression, Yun Yao and Ji Ke looked at him in confusion. Tianxing, whose letter is this? Big brother Tianxing, is there any good news? Ji Tianxing handed the letter to Ji Ke and nodded with a smile. He said to the 2 girls, There is indeed good news. This letter is from Senior Beast King. He left Zhongzhou for some business and returned to Beast King Valley in Tianjin region. Now that he has finished his business, he has returned to Zhongzhou City. Senior Beast King said that if we have nothing to do, we can go to Qingfeng Courtyard in Fish Dragon Alley to look for him. Senior Beast King came back just in time. He has dealt with spirit beasts and demonic beasts all his life, so he is very knowledgeable in this field. He definitely knows more about the Firebird of Heavenly Wind. Maybe he has a way to deal with the Firebird of Heavenly Wind. At this point, Ji Tianxing frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said to Yun Yao, "Yao Yao, you go back and rest first. I'm going to Qingfeng Courtyard to pay a visit to Senior Beast King and ask him about the Firebird of Heavenly Wind. If Senior Beast King can help me think of a way, I'll come to you to discuss this matter." Yun Yao nodded in agreement. She said goodbye to everyone and turned to leave the secret room. After she left, Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku also walked out of the secret room. Ji Ku saw that Ji Tianxing wanted to visit the Beast King alone, so she pulled his arm and said, "Big brother Tianxing, we haven't seen Senior Beast King for a long time. I want to go to Qingfeng Courtyard with you." Ji Tianxing didn't refuse and nodded without hesitation. Then, the two of them rode Qianyu and flew into the sky, rushing toward the exit of the Monarch Mansion. 2 hours later, Qianyu carried the two of them to the end of Fish Dragon Alley and landed outside the gate of Qingfeng Courtyard. The guards at the gate recognized Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku. Naturally, they cupped their hands in greeting and hurriedly opened the gate. The two of them hadn't returned to Qingfeng Courtyard for a few months. When they entered the courtyard, they saw that the courtyard hadn't changed much. However, on a few big trees in the courtyard, there were a few clever and cute little spirit monkeys. They were playing happily. Ji Tianxing recognized those little spirit monkeys. When he went to Beast King Valley to pay a visit to the Beast King, he saw those cute little guys. Obviously, the Beast King brought these little spirit monkeys to Zhongzhou City when he returned to Beast King Valley this time. After a while, Ji Tianxing, Ji Ku, and Qianyu entered the main hall and saw the Beast King, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. The Beast King was dressed as usual. He was tall and thin, wearing a white robe. His eyes contained a calm and tranquil temperament. The two of them brought Qianyu into the main hall and bowed to the Beast King with a smile. "Senior Beast King, long time no see." "Senior Beast King, we're here to visit you." The Beast King quickly got up and walked in front of the two of them. He said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a few months. Seeing that you're safe and sound and that your strength has improved, this old man is relieved." The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries and sat down. They sat down and chatted while drinking tea. The Beast King stroked his beard and looked at Ji Tianxing with sparkling eyes. He said with a heart full of gratification, "Tianxing, in the past few months, this old man has heard many of your deeds in Tianshan region. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you'd grow so quickly. This old man thought that after you entered the Monarch Mansion, you'd have to cultivate in peace for a year or two before you could stand out. I didn't expect that your name would shake the world so quickly. You've become a peerless genius admired by all the warriors in the world, and even became the Tianshan region lord. You don't know how shocked and proud this old man was when I heard the news. That old fogey Chu Tian is really lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you. If this old man could meet such an outstanding genius disciple like you, I'd wake up laughing even in my dreams." It had been 2 to 3 months since Ji Tianxing had become the territorial lord of the Tianshan region. Chapter 662. The Beast King praised Ji Tianxing generously for the legend and miracle that he had created. However, after he calmed down, he frowned and revealed a worried expression. "Tianxing, although you are now a world-renowned peerless genius and have also become the Tianshan region lord. However, you killed Duanmu Yulong, so the Duanmu family will not let you off. That Duanmu family is one of the 3 ancient families. Although you are the Tianshan region lord, you do not have your own power and background. I am really worried that if the Duanmu family uses despicable methods to take revenge on you, you will not be able to deal with it." Seeing the Beast King's worried expression, Ji Tianxing hurriedly nodded and said, "Senior Beast King, you are right. The Duanmu family is already secretly dealing with me. However, no matter how powerful the Duanmu family is, I will not sit and wait for death. Coincidentally, I have encountered a troublesome matter, so I specially came here today to ask for your advice. The Beast King instantly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? What is it?" "Nephew, please tell me directly. I will do my best to help." Ji Tianxing explained his plan and asked the Beast King about the heavenly wind firebird. When the Beast King heard that he wanted to destroy the Duanmu family's herb garden, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. "Tianxing, you actually want to destroy the Duanmu family's herb garden? That is something that countless powers want to do but do not dare to do." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "That's right. I want to do what others do not dare to do. Only by doing what others cannot do can I heavily injure the Duanmu family. Senior Beast King, do you know about the heavenly wind fire bird that guards the herb garden? Is there any way to deal with it?" The Beast King frowned and said with a grave expression, "I naturally know about the heavenly wind fire bird, this ancient beast. According to legends, the heavenly wind firebird is a beast born from the union of the divine bird vermilion bird and the spiritual beast green bird. The heavenly wind firebird is a noble bloodline among the spiritual beasts and birds. It has an extremely high status and prestige. They live on volcanoes that are thousands of feet high and usually build their nests near the crater of the volcano. Normally, they would devour the power of heavenly flames and astral winds. Every time the volcano erupted, they would also absorb a large amount of earth flame essence. So, the firebird of the heavens and earth is most adept at controlling the spirit flames of the heavens and the earth and strong winds. A single flap of its wings is capable of sweeping up monstrous flames that incinerate everything. Speaking of the firebird of heavenly wind, the Beast King's words were clear and logical. Clearly, he was no stranger to this ancient beast. The heavenly wind firebird is extremely rare. Since the ancient times, it has disappeared without a trace and has almost never appeared again. There were probably only a few heavenly wind firebirds left in the world. I didn't think that the Duanmu family actually possessed a skywind firebird. Truly inconceivable. The Beast King's tone was somewhat astonished. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said with a serious expression, "The Duanmu family's heavenly wind firebird has actually reached the half-step spirit refinement stage. Even if this old man were to make a move personally, I'm afraid I would still be powerless. Even if I used all my means, I still wouldn't be able to subdue it." Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing frowned, and a worried look appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, even with the Beast King's experience and means, he still can't deal with that heavenly wind fire bird. Looks like destroying the Duanmu family's herb garden is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ji Tianxing's mood was downcast. Unwilling to give up, he asked the Beast King, "Senior Beast King, is there really no way to deal with that heavenly wind fire bird?" The Beast King frowned and pondered for a moment before replying in a low voice, "It's not that there's no way at all. However, the method that this old man has thought of is truly too difficult to achieve. There's no need to mention it." A look of hope appeared in Ji Tianxing's eyes. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, Senior Beast King, please tell me. Perhaps I have a chance to realize your method?" The Beast King thought for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, then this old man will speak frankly. Everything in the world has a spirit, and they all reinforce and subdue each other, just like the power of the 5 elements. No matter if it's demon beasts, spirit beasts, or strange beasts, as long as they don't jump out of the 5 elements, they have to abide by the principle of mutual reinforcement and subtraction. No matter how powerful a strange beast is, it has its natural nemesis and natural enemy. In the ancient legends, although the heavenly wind firebird is incomparably powerful, it's an ancient strange beast second only to a divine beast. However, the heavenly wind firebird also has its natural enemy. Its natural enemy is the ice dragon rhinoceros." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment. Ji Ku's face was also full of astonishment. He subconsciously asked, "Senior Beast King, don't tell me that your method is to let us find an ice dragon rhinoceros to deal with the heavenly wind firebird?" The Beast King couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and explained, "Ku, you're mistaken. The ice dragon rhinoceros is an ancient strange beast born from the union of the frost divine dragon and the heaven-shaking rhinoceros. It's already on the verge of extinction. How can we find it? The method that this old man has thought of is to use a Dharma treasure called the ice dragon hammer. It can restrain the heavenly wind fire bird." Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku were enlightened. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Ice dragon hammer? Is it a soul-grade Dharma treasure? Where is this Dharma treasure now? How can we get it? The Beast King explained patiently, the ice dragon hammer is indeed a soul-grade Dharma treasure. It's also one of the demon clan's most treasured Dharma treasures. It's said that it was refined from the skull of an ice dragon rhinoceros by an ancient demon clan almighty after killing it. That skull is the hardest bone in the entire body of the ice dragon rhinoceros, and the end is connected to the rhinoceros horn. Therefore, the shape of that skull looks like a huge hammer. The ice dragon hammer contains the power of the ice dragon rhinoceros and can release endless heavenly ice cold air and thousand-year-old cold wind. It's just right to restrain the power of the heavenly wind firebird. It's a pity that the ice dragon hammer is regarded as a treasure by the demon clan. It hasn't appeared for more than 100 years. How can you obtain it? Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku instantly understood. No wonder the Beast King said that this method couldn't be realized. It was better not to mention it. Since the ice dragon hammer was a treasure of the demon clan, it must be strictly protected. They didn't have any connections or friendship with the demon clan. It was impossible for them to borrow it, much less snatch the ice dragon hammer. Even if the Beast King told them this method, it would be useless. Ji Tianxing was silent for a while before he cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Senior Beast King, for clearing my doubts. This junior can't thank you enough." The Beast King said earnestly, "Tianxing, that ice dragon hammer is in the hands of the demon imperial court. It's impossible for you to obtain it. I suggest that you reconsider." Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. I will consider it carefully and think of a way." The Beast King only nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Of course, he could see that Ji Tianxing had made up his mind to destroy the Duanmu clan's herb garden. Although Ji Tianxing didn't show it on the surface, he was actually thinking about how to obtain the ice dragon hammer. Next, Ji Tianxing asked the Beast King a few more questions. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.